After discovering it could provide the means to save her life, Mine decided to join the church, but the negotiations with the High Priest ended in failure.
Don't you dare lay a finger on my parents. I won't allow it.
As a result, while she was allowed to join on her terms, many trials and tribulations lay ahead for her.
Officially joining the cathedral as an apprentice priestess! Yahoo! Now finally, I can read my books! Now, Mine, try to settle down.
You're going to get feverish again.
Right. I can't have that.
There's still time until you actually join them.
While my apprenticeship was confirmed, it seems that various preparations need to be made, meaning it'll be a while yet before I officially start as a priestess.
You're going to see Mr. Benno tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, I need to fill him in on how the negotiations went. Good morning!
Welcome to our store.
Good, but you should always welcome customers with a smile.
Now, miss, what might you be looking for today?
I've heard you sell the loveliest hair ornaments.
They're right over here.
Hey, look, give me a hand.
Excuse me.
Thanks, Mine. Lutz needs to work on his customer service. That was good practice.
Of course. I see he's trying his best. Unlike me, Lutz has already begun his apprenticeship and is off to a great start. I know he feels overwhelmed by everything he has to learn, but he's still smiling.
Now then, your negotiations went well? Tell me.
Long story short, they were successful. I'm joining as a blue-robed priestess, and I can keep living at home.
If you need Mine's mana that badly, we have to insist that she be treated like nobility. Don't force her to do gray-robed apprentice work.
So be it. She'll be granted blue robes as an exception. Any other requests?
We're too worried to let her live here, where we can't keep an eye on her. We'd like you to let her continue living at home.
Yes, Mine is frail, so each morning we'd need to determine if she's strong enough to go to work.
No problem. She isn't an orphan, so she can stay at home. And if she isn't feeling well, she doesn't need to push herself.
Even when I feel okay, I can't make it here without Lutz.
Really?
Yeah, sometimes I just collapse out of nowhere, so he monitors my condition.
So, you're saying you'll need a personal retainer? Every blue-robed priestess has a few to serve her, so that's fine.
A retainer?
Huh? Anything else?
Oh, I'm the owner of a small business that's been registered with the Merchant Guild. Is it okay if I keep running my studio?
A servant of the gods has no need for such things. Yes, that's what the High Priest would say.
But sir, it's an important source of income for my family. I can hire several of the orphans here, paying them well for their work. Or I could even donate a portion of the revenue. I'm sure we can find a middle ground somehow.
How much does this kid know?
Hmm?
Oh, I was just talking to myself. I'm lacking quite a lot of information. We'll come back to that later. What else?
That's it.
Good. She'll be a custodian then, of all magical items and the library as she requested.
What, the library? I thought you were uptight, but you're a really nice guy.
Thank you for your time.
So in summation, they baited you with the books.
A bit, but only after he accepted all our terms.
Yeah, I have no complaints on that end. This priest seems reasonable. If you ever need help over there, he's the one to go to.
Right, I'll do that. I just saw Lutz working really hard. You'd be proud, Mrs. Carla.
Really? That's good. I was worried about how he was doing. By the way, what did you end up deciding to do about that career of yours, since you declined the merchant apprenticeship?
I don't think I'm strong enough to handle working outside, so I'll be with my dad and Otto up at the gate. And of course helping my mom around the house like usual.
Good luck with that. Guess you have to focus on getting healthy. Bye.
We're keeping my apprenticeship with the church a secret from our neighbors. It's because a lot of them dislike most of the church's practices.
Oh, right. There was a man asking around about you the other day.
Huh? Asking about me?
Yeah, about your studio and stuff. I said he had the wrong person and ran him off. But stay on your toes, mine. There are all sorts out there.
I will. And thank you.
Oh, really? Is that so?
That's a bit of a problem. Only Benno and the Guildmaster should know about the studio.
Our thanks to Wendell!
Really? You're going to be a father, huh?
Yeah.
So wait, why are you resigning from your post when you have a little one on the way?
It's mine's fault, if I'm being honest. All of the products that she came up with are just flying off the shelves. Because of that, they need extra hands around the store, and Benno asked me to help out.
Really? The stuff my girl made? The gods seem to love mine as much as I do.
She is Benno's fruit trainer, after all.
That's the water one?
And you must be beside yourself. I'm glad you found a way for mine to survive. Have your feelings changed? Are you okay with her joining the church now?
How could I be okay with it? They say they're gonna treat her like a noble. But knowing them, that ain't happening. Even then, it's better than her dying.
You never know, Captain. Maybe this is why the gods made you a soldier.
What do you mean by that?
Your daughter possesses mana, and is able to make a lot of money. Which also means she's at risk of being abducted by outsiders.
Being abducted, you say?
Shh. It's your duty to prevent that from happening to her.
Huh?
As gatekeeper, you'll see every visiting noble, which means it's the perfect job to have if you're trying to protect mine.
Yeah, you've got a point there.
And I'll help you out too, sir. Promise.
Thanks. I'll keep my family safe while working to protect our town.
A man who's going around investigating you. That's probably the same individual who broke into the Merchant Guild the other night.
Oh, someone broke in? Seriously?
Yeah, and I'm sure he got his hands on the file on your studio. It's likely that someone in the church is trying to gather information about you. This reeks of the stench of nobility.
But I never imagined that joining the church would be like this.
Don't you worry. I'll always be here for you.
Oh. Thanks. After that, we went to show Karina my hairpin and the alterations to my dress as she'd requested. That, in turn, led to selling Benno the rights to the hair ornaments. tasting.
Do you have rocks in your head? What are you doing here?
Just helping out. Ow, 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 ow.
I've been suppressing any information about you only to find you goofing off. You're being way too careless, young lady. Go get changed now.
Okay. See? Yummy, isn't it?
Why did you sell the recipe for something so tasty to Frida?
You don't have the right to ask, since I'm pretty sure you've been ripping me off. Frida told me that purchasing the rights to new products starts at 1 large gold coin and goes up from there. Besides, how are you planning to make it without access to sugar and a chef? Most of the snack recipes I know are ones that rely heavily on sugar.
Then all I need is a cook and sugar?
Well, not just any old cook will do. They must be professional enough to serve the nobility, and they need unlimited access to a professional oven. Now. Surely you realize Olive bought up all of mine's recipes before you put any of that together. But thanks for stopping by, Mr. Benno.
And don't you worry. You better believe I'm going to perfect any recipe mine can come up with.
You sure will, Miss Ilsa.
Hang on a second. All I need is a cook, an oven, sugar, and creativity, right?
Why do you ask?
You once said if you couldn't get books, you'd make your own. With that in mind, what can I do if I don't have a cook?
I suppose you could just train new ones yourself?
That's what I thought.
Benno's gung-ho attitude is perfect as far as I'm concerned. Having a dedicated oven will open the door to so many dishes. Like pizza, au gratin, lasagna. Quiche pie will be on the menu too. We should just open an Italian restaurant. What in the world is she going on about this time?
I hope she's going to be okay, because she has to start going to the cathedral tomorrow.
From my investigation into mine, I've learned that she's a workshop owner registered with the Merchant Guild.
A servant of the almighty gods running a workshop?
Yes, and yet, if it means periodic income for the church coffers, then I believe allowing her to continue would be the prudent decision. Now then, the retainers will be assigning to mine. I'm planning to assign her one of my own, and he will, in turn, report back to me.
Oh, now that you mention it, I think I shall also send one of my own. And for the last one, let the biggest problem child of all the orphans give her a headache. We'll drain all the money and mana out of that annoying little wretch. After all, that she-devil isn't good for anything else.
I understand, sir. Well, that's certainly not ideal.
Mine, try to stay calm.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I can finally read books now, you know?
Oh, look, we've nearly made it.
Oh, someone's waiting. Oh?
I bid you good morning, Lady Mine.
Lady Mine, he said. What a joke.
Hey, quit it! It's not that funny, look.
Sorry, I'll stop. Right, I'll pick you up by 5th bell. See ya.
Look, I'm sorry if what he was laughing about made you feel uncomfortable.
There is no need for you to apologize to me, I assure you.
Huh?
The head priest is waiting for you.
Oh.
Out of my sight, plebeian.
It is a class-based society. Wow.
begin with the oath-taking ceremony. Springtime is green, the color of fresh life, overcoming the harshness of winter. Summertime is blue, the color of the vast, ever-stretching skies toward which life grows. Autumn is yellow, the color of fat and ripened wheat ready for harvesting. And winter is red, the color of a fireplace that thwarts the cold and bestows hope. Now, take your oath. Mine, if you're ready, just repeat after me.
Right.
Hear my words, glorious rulers of the heavens.
Hear my words, glorious rulers of the heavens.
The king and queen, the gods of light and darkness.
The king and queen, the gods of light and darkness.
Heed my prayers of thanksgiving, 5 eternal rulers of the earth.
The goddess of water, Frutrena. The god of fire, Leidenschaft. The goddess of wind, Schutzeria. The goddess of earth, Geduld. The god of life, Evigleben.
From the grand extent of the heavens,
down to the vast boundaries of this world.
May the king and queen shine forth with their powers.
And may the eternal 5 bestow their favor.
On all the lives in these lands.
And now in demonstration of my gratitude for all of thy worldly blessings,
I offer my heart as a token of faith to you, and piously worship you, praising your splendor as the gods of gods.
To all of the wonderful deities of nature, I vow that I shall pray to you, give you thanks, and dedicate myself to your glorious service.
Blue is the color of the god of summer, who aids in the growth of life. The color of infinite skies above, the god's domain. Those who vow to worship them and continually improve as the emissaries of the gods are granted these blue robes. Brought to us by the gods' guidance, O pious disciple. With open arms we do welcome you.
From the bottom of my heart, head priest, I'd like to thank you for welcoming me.
Fine, then pray.
Huh? I offer prayers to the gods!
That's enough. Just make sure you have it by your commemoration.
Oh.
Let me introduce you to your retainers.
I am Fran. Pleased to meet you.
Hello, Fran. The pleasure is all mine.
No, mine. You're a blue-robed priestess now, remember. You aren't to humble yourself before gray robes again.
I'm sorry. I'll keep that in mind. My name's Delia. I'm 8. As fellow girls, let's look after each other. Wow, she's stunning.
Wait, you're my master? How stupid! You're just a baby!
Huh?
Name's Gil, and I'm 10.
Gil is your retainer now. Whenever he starts misbehaving, you have a duty to discipline him.
I have to? So, Gil, do you think you could not be so rude?
Huh? What are you, stupid?
Actually, head priest, I've never worked with retainers before in my life. I don't think I'm gonna need them.
No, mine. Every blue robe is duty-bound to have retainers serve under them.
Is that a fact?
As their master, you have one job, to show them the true way with your example.
Can someone show me? I'm kinda lost.
Head priest, a word with you, please?
What is it, Arno? All right. I'll return in just a few minutes.
Jeez, I'd finally wormed myself into serving the High Priest. And now look at me. My feminine charms aren't gonna work on a girl.
Seriously, this is a joke. And you're just a commoner, right? You're not a noble at all.
Enough. Watch your mouth, Gil. And Lady Mine, the head priest just told you to discipline any misbehavior, so surely something has to be done about him.
I have to show them the way, do I? Hey, shape up! Or I'll have the two of you replaced! Yes, nailed it!
Oh, please. There's no way in hell that's happening. The High Priest assigned me to serve under you because he wanted me to give you a headache.
The High Priest did?
Yep. Soon enough, he'll recognize my wiles and make me his concubine.
Wait a sec, you want to be the High Priest's concubine?
Girls sure have it easy.
You really think that's something to brag about?
Well, yes, naturally. I'm aiming for the position any woman would want most.
That's common knowledge. How didn't you know that? You must really be an idiot.
What's normal to you religious nuts has nothing in common with my business plans or my previous life as Urano!
If this were the head priest, he would do a much better job putting these
There's
plans
Fran,
into
who
place.
seems
I just
totally
thought-
devoted to the head priest. Gil, who only communicates through the use of insults. And Delia, the openly declared spy and future concubine. It's starting to look like I've set foot in a world I want absolutely no part of in the slightest.
Excuse me, Mine. Weren't you negotiating terms with Mr. Benno the other day?
That's right. You mean for the hair ornaments?
How much did you strike a deal for?
1 large and I think 7 small gold coins.
Gold, you say?
I didn't rip them off, okay? It's totally a fair price for exclusive rights to such a popular item.
You know, maybe you really should have gone into business instead of joining the church.
Mine is now a blue-robed apprentice priestess at the cathedral. However...
The High Priest assigned me to serve under you because he wanted me to give you a headache.
And you're just a commoner, right? You're not a noble at all.
The head priest just told you to discipline any misbehavior, so surely something has to be done about him.
The church's class system and her retainer's rebellious attitudes left her bewildered. Now then, I'll give you a rundown on the work expected of you.
Sure.
As you are no doubt aware, blue robes are meant for born nobility. But you were granted the rank as a commoner, and you can assume that nobody looks favorably upon that fact. The High Priest himself refused to administer your oath-taking. As such, it has fallen upon me to see to your supervision myself.
So it doesn't bother you that I'm not a noble, but still have blue robes?
Merit is the only metric that matters to me. Especially now, with the blue robes dwindling in number, and most of the work coming my way. For example, I'm confident I can count on you to handle paperwork without issue, and I'd never have to worry about it.
Did he investigate the work I was doing at the gate, too? I'll do my very best, Head Priest.
I'm sure. For your first duty, you'll be helping file paperwork as my assistant. Then your work as a blue-robed priestess. Prayers and mana dedication.
Mana dedication?
Fran, bring forth the shield. Mine. Touch the magic crystal in the center. Try to imagine sending your mana into it.
Whoa! A magic circle? Oh, it's drawing my mana into it. So this is how I'm supposed to discharge and dedicate my mana. They're lighting up?
My, that was 7 small crystals worth. How are you feeling?
Well, kind of refreshed, like my body feels a whole lot lighter.
I see. Be sure not to strain yourself when dedicating mana.
Well, the mana offering doesn't seem like too much hard work.
Your final task is to read the Holy Scriptures and memorize them.
You got it! I'll head over to the library right away!
Before that, I'd like to discuss your donation. Arno, the ledger.
I get it, this is important, but I don't care! Right now, all I care about is getting to the library! Library!
Why do you want to go to the library anyway? You're just a dumb baby.
Seriously? A pea-brained plebeian kid wants to read religious books? Give me a break.
What's with that look? Don't act like you're that different from us. Just because you wear blue robes doesn't mean you can get bossy.
Those fancy robes of yours don't intimidate me in the slightest, you know? I have the High Priest backing me up, so you can't touch me.
I'm jealous, Delia. Must be nice having a real master. I don't want to have some dumb little kid as my master. I won't listen to a single word you say, and I'm gonna give you hell!
Hush, Gil.
At least we agree. I refuse to consider the 3 of you as my retainers either, Gil.
Lady Mine, I'll have to tell the head priest about this.
Feel free. I assume that was your job. You can't just dump 3 strangers on me and expect me to suddenly trust them. Of old paper in the air. Paradise on God's green earth.
This is a copy of the Holy Scriptures.
Whoa! It's like the book wants me to read it. How long has it been since I last read a book?
Hey! Snap out of it! It's time for lunch!
I don't need any.
Huh? Who doesn't need lunch?
Go ahead and eat without me. I'm not your master anyway, right?
What the hell are you talking about, you idiot? Retainers have to be blessed by their master!
Enough! Leave me be. There. All quiet now.
do look a little pale. Way to stick with it.
Is Mr. Benno at the store?
Yeah.
Then I'll stop by. I need to discuss my church donation. Why are you guys following me?
Well, we're your retainers.
Meeting someone without your retainers is totally out of the question.
But you don't have to come along.
I'm afraid we must, my lady.
Fine then, I'm getting out of here. After all, I'm starving now thanks to a certain blue-robed idiot.
Delia and Fran, you can head back now.
But Lady Mine, when you're meeting someone, you need to have...
Delia, I want you to pass along a message.
Who, me?
Yes. I'll be back with my donation whenever Benno's schedule frees him up. Go and tell the head priest that for me. I need this message to be clear, so get it right.
Oh, you need it, huh? Very well.
I don't know that this was the right choice, my lady. I can go talk to the head priest, but you...
I have Lutz to go with me, so I'll be just fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it seems like Fran would prefer to serve the head priest rather than me anyway. Maybe Fran's attitude will start to change if I become a better master than the head priest was. But what are the odds of that happening?
None. You have zero gravity and far from a commanding presence.
You can say that again.
Mine, you complete and utter moron! Don't tell me you walked all the way here from the cathedral dressed like that!
I'm afraid I did. What's the problem with that?
The whole thing's a problem! You're wearing the robes of a blue priestess. Blue robes are normally nobles, and nobles travel around in carriages. Do you know why that is? It's because sometimes they get kidnapped for ransom!
Wait, kidnapped?
You are to never wear that outside the cathedral again!
Right, got it! After I had changed, I told Benno that I had been asked to bring in my donation.
Well, sounds like you should do that then.
But it's a lot of money. I'm scared of taking it up there by myself. I was hoping you'd be able to come up to the cathedral with me.
Why don't you have your retainers take care of it?
Come to think of it, where are your personal retainers, miss? I haven't seen them anywhere.
I can't trust them with something like this.
For someone who's typically clueless, you're being surprisingly careful. They must have assigned you some awful servants.
Awful doesn't begin to describe them.
Entirely predictable. I imagine they think you're a nuisance.
Yeah, well, long as I can read, I don't care.
Sorry to intrude, Mr. Mark.
Not a problem, Lutz. How can I help you?
I have a question about this product.
Oh, Lutz.
He's a good lad. He's putting everything he's got into learning to be a merchant. He asks questions about what he doesn't understand, and he's been picking up on what's common knowledge in the trade. How about you, Mine? Are you trying to grow in this new role of yours, as a priestess?
Huh? All I've done is complain the whole time.
Never forget you chose this path. If you want to read in peace, you will have to command your retainers, and learn to conduct yourself in a manner expected of nobility.
Got it.
Now then, when are they expecting us to deliver the donation?
I told them we'd do it whenever your schedule was freed up. Huh?
Diminutive nitwit! That's basically the same as telling the church we'll bring it up to them at once!
Huh?
Go, Mark, and do it quickly!
It will be done, sir.
What the heck? I've never seen this place. Wait, is this the front entrance?
Lady Mine?
Oh, hey, Fran. Oh, that's right. I need to act like a noble. Now, Mr. Benno, allow me to introduce my retainer, Fran. Fran, if the head priest is ready, may we go see him now?
Everything is prepared for you.
Oh. Fran seemed to respond positively to that. I guess speech and mannerisms really do play a big part in this.
Young man, you're going to make the lady collapse.
My apologies.
You should pay attention to how fast you're making mine walk.
I understand, sir.
On this auspicious day, bathed in the light of the god of fire, Leidenschaft, we pray that the gods bestow their blessing upon this meeting they have guided us to. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Eminence. I run the Gilberta Company. My name is Benno, and I'm here at Lady Mine's invitation. Thank you for receiving us.
From the bottom of my heart, Benno, I bless you. May the god of fire, Leidenschaft, guide the Gilberta Company to greater heights.
They call that blessings? I had no idea they used mana like that. How do I climb on like a noble?
No way! Impossible!
Whatever shall we do about this, Fran?
Pardon me, Lady Mine.
Whoa, I got through to him. Oh, his attitude seems a bit lighter. And then, after Benno had presented my donation and a gift from himself...
Since you're here, I was hoping you could answer a few questions for me, Benno.
I'm not sure what's going on, but I do know a brutal fight's about to break out. Don't let me down, Benno!
There is one issue of concern. The staff here at the cathedral sees mine as a loose cannon who cannot control her mana.
It went out of control? That's strange. I hadn't heard.
Benno, I've been told you're a man of particularly keen insight who discovered mine's exceptional talents. I want your opinion on what kind of person she is, and please be frank with your answer.
I am but a lowly merchant, Your Eminence. I don't know much about things like mana, but Lady Mine is without a doubt a genius, at least when it comes to product ideas.
Huh?
However, she fails to realize that. Working with her, I've found her to be an easygoing person, as well as magnanimous.
I didn't know he felt that way. He usually calls me things like careless oaf and thoughtless imbecile.
Magnanimous? That's not what I'd call such a loose cannon.
Yes. She holds family, friends, and books dear. And on those fronts, is truly steadfast. Don't mess with those and you'll find she's magnanimous. Or at least she is indifferent.
Yes, indeed. Any other factors that could make her mana go berserk?
Not that I know. However, there is another point. Something about the lass that needs to be brought to your attention, Head Priest.
Now Benno's going in for the counterattack!
The thing is, the young lady is incredibly frail, as well as being unbelievably sickly.
Sickly? That's right. She mentioned she needed someone to monitor her condition.
Yes.
For the time being, one of our apprentices at Gilberta Company seems to be the best man for the job.
All right, Benno! Stay on the attack!
And this apprentice is a boy named Lutz, right?
Right.
Can you do it, Fran?
It shames me to admit it, but not yet, sir.
It's impossible to learn so quickly.
But we can't have that. Make sure you're able, before the Knight Order's convocation. Understood?
Certainly. I promise to learn by fall.
Another thing, Head Priest. The young lady is highly intelligent, but with little social experience. No knowledge of the church, its values, or the etiquette of noble society. If you'd please...
Yes, I'm aware. That's why I assigned Fran to her. He is one of the finest retainers in my service. She can ask him about anything she doesn't understand.
Hold on a second. Did Fran not realize why he'd been assigned to me? Did he think he was being punished?
Meanwhile, Benno, could you clarify something? I've heard it said that mine is your Frutrena. Please explain your relationship with mine. I want to know exactly how you see her.
We do business. I don't know what else to say. I myself have no idea where people are getting such nasty ideas about my protege and me.
Yikes, Benno's reeling! That can't be good!
Frutrena? The goddess of water?
What is it, mine?
I hate to interrupt, but what exactly does Vertrena mean in this particular context? Ran, are you able to tell me?
Oh, well, it's, you see...
It's a sweetheart, a lover, one who moves their heart. That's the common usage of the goddess's name.
Huh? No way! There's not even a chance! Well, that is completely ludicrous. We could be father and daughter, for heaven's sake.
Just like the lady says, it's absurd.
That sort of age difference isn't exactly uncommon, though, now is it?
Well, now that you mention it, one of my retainers said that she wants to be the High Priest's concubine, which you may be used to, but it's not a thing downtown. Oh?
Your Eminence, I realize that it's not my place as a mere servant, but may I be allowed to say something?
You may. Go on.
This needs to be stated to defend the good name of my master. The colloquial usage of Goddess of Water doesn't apply in this case.
Do explain.
Lady Mine opens doors, leading miraculously from one great business venture to another. Thus, she is our Goddess of Water, for she brings great changes to the Gilberta Company.
Thank you, I understand. And finally, I'd like to discuss Mine Studio's earnings.
You've got it, Benno! Mr. Benno is the victor! They settled on the church getting 10%, and just as I was marveling at Benno's negotiating skills...
Lady Mine!
You disgrace yourself. Now stand up!
This happens often.
It does?
As I mentioned earlier, she's quite sickly.
I see.
We're very sorry, my lord, that you had to bear witness to this. Now I fear we'll have to cut our farewell short and depart immediately.
Please, sir, allow me to carry Lady Mine.
We're in a hurry. I refuse.
But it's my job as my lady's retainer.
What's this?
I didn't understand the head priest's intentions, and I unfairly took my frustrations out on your ladyship. Please forgive me.
It must have been painful. You probably felt like you had been cast aside. The head priest clearly has no intention of letting go of a fabulous servant like you. He was even giving you orders without a second thought during the meeting, even though I'm supposed to be your master now.
Right.
And Fran?
Yes.
I promise I will do my very best to grow into a master worthy of your service. Would you please help me along that path?
I'd be honored. Please feel free to ask me anything you like.
Don't you dare drop her.
Right.
While I was bonding with Fran, elsewhere my retainers were...
Oh, they're bringing in the donation, are they?
Yes, that is correct.
You've done very well. Keep bringing me information about that she-devil, Delia.
I will, High Priest.
Look, Gil, you have a master now. Why don't you ask her to feed you? Ugh, I can't eat anything now thanks to that clueless idiot baby! That stupid short moron! Ugh. Damn it, I'm so hungry.
the head priest, Mr. Benno?
He is a tad young, but for a blue robe, he has a decent look in his eyes.
Wait, did you say young?
That's right. I bet he's around 22 or 23.
No way! That's crazy! I was certain that he had to be at least 30!
A word of advice, don't you dare let that slip in front of him.
My lips are sealed.
Even at the cathedral, it was her way or the highway for mine. But then she saw Lutz doing his very best as an apprentice merchant and realized her folly in not adapting to the church's ways. This approach led to her finally winning Fran's trust. But
Welcome home, lady mine.
Huh? What do you mean by welcome home?
I'm commuting each day. But to my retainers, the cathedral is home. That's it, right, Fran?
Correct, my lady.
Makes sense. You didn't already know that?
Oh, don't bother trying, Gil. Just let them put their foot in their mouth.
Delia and Gil, could you two keep it down? Fran and I are trying to have a conversation.
I know when I'm not needed. See ya!
What's that girl's deal?
That's my retainer, Delia.
Even people like her are allowed to be retainers?
Delia's somewhat of a special case.
What about this guy? What about you? You can't just waltz in here and act like you own the place, you outsider!
You can think of Gil as a special case, too.
You're the only decent retainer she's got?
Fran's an excellent retainer. He comes with the head priest's recommendation.
I'm Lutz of the Gilberta Company. I was told to come by and share my tricks for keeping an eye on mine's health.
Thank you for coming, Lutz.
Hold it, Runt! You haven't told us a thing about this guy! Don't just ignore me! You stupid jerk! What if you hurt mine by pulling that stunt? Stop! What do you think you're doing? How dare you, a retainer, lay a hand on your own master! Let me go!
If this happened in town, there'd be no question that Gil had it coming to him.
Please, lady mine, you have to stop Lutz. This is the cathedral. There can be no violence.
Here we go again! What's totally normal downtown is abnormal here. Stop, Lutz! Just drop it, okay?
You should fire this brat!
If you want Gil to be disciplined, he can be thrown in detention or denied the alms of the gods for the day.
The alms of the gods?
That's right! As my master, you failed to provide me with what I need!
Provide you with what you need?
It is a master's duty to see to their retainers' daily needs. Traditionally, they've given retainers the leftovers from their meals. And whatever's left over from that goes to the orphanage as the alms of the gods.
But I have haven't been doing that for my retainers because I commute from home.
Oh, you finally figured it out, did ya? But because you're such a clueless idiot of a master, I'm about to starve to death here! What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you, you moron? You don't do your job, and you nearly injured mine! And you think you deserve food and clothing after that?
The alms of the gods are meant for everyone!
Gil, you know Lutz is right. Don't think for a second that the gods will allow you to partake of their alms without ever working for it.
You don't understand what it's like! I imagine your buddy, the head priest, been feeding you the good stuff!
I haven't moved out from the head priest quarters yet, my lady. And as for Delia, I'm sure she's still living in the high priest's quarters.
What about Gil, then?
I accepted my role as your retainer because I thought I'd finally be able to eat my fill. I thought I wouldn't have to share what little food I got in the orphanage anymore. If I don't get the alms of the gods, I quit being your retainer!
Well, that would make everything a whole lot easier, wouldn't it, Mine?
It's my fault.
Huh? What's your fault, Mine?
I requested to continue living at home because I didn't want to leave my family. But if you're now bearing the brunt of that decision, Gil, I'll take responsibility for it. I'll think of a way to make sure you're always well-fed. Do you think you could give me some more time?
I don't know. Can you even do that?
While wondering how I could ensure that Gil regularly received the alms of the gods, I headed to the head priest's office to take care of paperwork.
Why aren't you wearing your blue robes?
I was told that if I wore them while walking around downtown, then I might get kidnapped.
Get kidnapped?
Yes, so I planned on changing into my blue robes once I arrived here at the cathedral. Give me just a moment, please.
Mine don't. You should be changing in your own quarters.
So you're going to give me my own quarters?
Oh, right. I take that back. We preferred to have you living at home, rather than in the noble wing with the rest of us, which is why your request to commute was eventually approved. We can't afford to give you quarters.
Oh, is that so?
Head priest, how about the orphanage director's office? It's quite far away from the noble wing. And since it was always intended for blue robes, it's fit to receive guests.
Very well. You may use the orphanage director's office. For now, when you need to change your clothes or host visitors, do it there.
I'm very grateful. That takes care of the shelter part of food, clothing, and shelter!
The office has been unused for a long time. It definitely will need to be cleaned.
Then I'll have Gil go ahead of us and start cleaning it up while I stay behind and help you with your paperwork.
She's going to let Gil handle it?
I heard that he kept getting thrown into detention because he would never clean up the chapel.
Are you really assigning Gil to that job?
I can't evaluate him fairly if I never give him the opportunity to prove himself. Gil, you made sure to tell me before that you didn't see me as your master. But would you be willing to work in exchange for some food? If you clean up the director's office for me, I'll compensate you for it.
Wait, what do you mean?
Reward you for the hard work you put in. You know, like money or wages.
You wanna... what?
He who does not work, neither shall he eat.
He who... what?
I'm not willing to hand out food and clothing to someone who doesn't work for it. But if you do your job, I'll take care of you. So, Gil, can I trust you?
You're saying if I clean the place up, I'll get wages. And then I'll be able to eat all I want, right?
You have my word.
Okay, deal.
I look forward to seeing what you can do, Gil.
Gross. Oh, wow.
Just you wait, you runt.
The orphanage lies on either side of the main chapel, split into boys' and girls' wings. The director's office lies to the left, in the boys' wing. Allow me to take you there. It hasn't been cleaned at all.
I had a feeling it was too much to expect from him.
I haven't started on the first floor yet.
What part have you been cleaning up instead?
I've been working on cleaning your room.
Huh? I have a room?
Yes, it's upstairs.
It's shining.
The staircase appears to have been cleaned.
Just get up here already. There, how do you like that?
The place is spotless.
Well, yeah, naturally, I cleaned it up after all.
Oh, great work. Thank you. Now, Gil, please kneel for me.
Huh? What, like this?
You made me proud. I know, you're really a good boy deep down, aren't you? It ended up that what Gil needed most from me was actually just thanks and praise.
This is utterly unacceptable. How dare he make a decision on this without running it by me? Who the hell does that head priest think he is? You! Why didn't I hear about any of this from you?
What are you talking about, sir?
That little devil was just given the orphanage director's office.
Huh?
Well, how are you going to get me any useful information sitting around here?
Huh? But I thought you... Ah! No! Please wait! High priest! No! Don't! This is all her fault!
Whoa! We're doing this!
My lady, you even prepared outfits for each of us?
It's my duty to provide clothing to my retainers. And since Mr. Benno told me I shouldn't walk around wearing my blue robes anymore, you both can wear these whenever you join me on my trips downtown.
Right.
Great! Now let's go grab some lunch.
I got us booklets.
Now time to dig in!
Almighty King and Queen, sovereigns of the infinite skies, who grace mankind with thousands upon thousands of lives to sustain our own. Mighty Eternal Five, who justly rule over the realm of mortal men. I offer thanks and prayers to thee, and do gratefully take part in the meal so graciously provided.
That's the prayer we say before a meal.
Is that what it was? It's new to me.
Oh, I see. And at some point I'm going to have to learn it, aren't I, Fran?
I can help you with it.
That would be great! For now, lunch! Aren't you going to eat?
Lady mine, retainers eat whatever's left over after their master has finished eating.
Oh, that's right. I order you to eat your food while it's still hot.
Yes!
Ow! Oh, Fran, what's the matter?
Am I meant to eat this with my hands, my lady?
This is the way we do things downtown. It's a little bit different from the church.
I understand.
You like it?
It's delicious.
I don't even care as long as it fills my belly.
Are the alms of the gods really that unsatisfying?
Well, now that there's fewer blue robes around, there's less alms of the gods.
On top of that, all their gray-robed retainers had to come back to the orphanage.
Well, stuff yourself today, Gil. It'll be my treat.
Yay! I offer prayers to the gods!
Gil! No, you don't have to offer your prayers here. That's more of an at the cathedral thing.
Huh? Hey, I'm sorry.
What for?
Well, because I called you clueless. But downtown, it looks like I'm actually the clueless one.
No sweat. We're both clueless about each other. So you make sure to tell mine whenever you think she's doing something wrong. And I'll keep a lookout so you don't do anything else weird. 'Kay, Gil?
Yeah, sure thing.
You what? You found an oven?
The orphanage director's office I was given at the church came with an oven.
Another great job, mine. A kitchen that was once used by nobles. That'll help big time with the Italian restaurant you were talking about. Let's have our cooks practice there.
I can't believe you already found cooks, Mr. Benno. Then let's put them to work on some of my recipes. The food they make can also be the alms of the gods, so it's basically a twofer.
Huh? Alms of the gods?
That's what they call the meals that I offer my retainers. And whatever's left over after that goes to the orphanage. And that's how I came to meet Hugo the cook and his assistant, Ella.
Put the used vegetable water in the stew instead of throwing it away?
Actual pizza! I thought I would never get to eat it again after I came to this world! Viva pizza! I offer thanks and prayers and do gratefully partake in the meal so graciously provided.
Thanks for the food.
Oh. Oh, that's so good! Do you like it, Mr. Benno?
It's even better than I expected. I can hardly believe it.
I'm lucky I already had homemade baker's yeast available because I wanted soft bread at home. Good job, past me! I bestow the alms of the gods unto you.
Thank you, my lady.
Huh? This is all your fault, you know. Why'd you have to go and get this office? Because of it, the High Priest is starting to think I'm incompetent.
Delia!
Knock it off!
Because of you, I just lost my place in the High Priest's quarters. What are you gonna do about it?
Does that mean the High Priest cut you off? Or are you still here to feed him information?
No, I'm not even sure what you're talking about. And who would cut off someone as cute as me? Seriously.
The reason Delia was assigned to you was because, as a girl around the same age, she could get friendly with you and gain information for him. That was the whole idea, at least that's what I've heard. But, because she's been so brazen, you're more wary of her intentions. As a result, the High Priest no doubt sees her as a major liability.
No. But hey, a priestess without a female retainer is just something that doesn't happen. Am I right?
We've had absolutely no issues during your absence so far, Delia.
If she's not up to it, you must let her go immediately.
I'm not sure what I should do about her.
Are you going to throw me out?
Crocodile tears won't help you.
Wait, what's that?
These aren't crocodile tears.
She who does not work, neither shall she eat.
Huh?
Nobody gets any food or shelter or clothing, unless, of course, they work for it. Right, your ladyship?
Yes, Gil is absolutely right. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer a retainer who has no desire to put in their fair share of work.
Fine, whatever. You just want me to work, right? Surely you can use some womanly charms around here if you want to please your guests.
I see. see. Smiling and fawning over her master's guests has been her job this whole time.
I don't require any of that.
Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? If not that, what am I supposed to do then? I can clean and do the laundry for everyone if you like. I can even tidy this whole room for you. I'll do my job from now on, I swear. Just please, don't throw me out. Anything, please. Not back to the orphanage. I'd rather die. I'm begging you. Please don't say that. You don't need me.
Delia? You can stay here with us.
What?
And you'll look after me as my retainer, won't you? Just as I promised to be looking after you?
My lady, thank you. What's this I hear about you changing in front of the head priest? How immodest! You're going to ruin yourself as a woman. I mean, really.
一番最初に聞いたお話なんだか覚えてる弾ける星みたいなときめきずっと覚えていたくて有り余る好奇心をどこにとどめようかな紙束に綴ればなんだか宝石箱のようだね書き捨てた街にも日々は映る掛け合うフレーズの中他の誰でもない私を表すためのサイン吐き捨てた言葉よりも鮮烈に私をこの世界に繋いでる記憶だからどんなことも愛しく思えるんだ
Yay! Yay!
Lady Mine, your gift was so thoughtful.
That is so not fair!
No new clothes for retainers who don't want to work.
These are for you, Delia. On one condition, you promise to work hard for me?
Seeing as you're all completely hopeless without me, what choice do I have?
After Fran, Mine managed to win over the hostile Gil and manipulative Delia as well. But at the cathedral, she would soon face much larger problems.
lady mine. I'll take the alms of the gods to the orphanage now.
Yes, please do so.
Huh? Fran left. We have all this bread left over.
The alms of the gods are probably running low now, right? Why don't you take the bread to the orphanage?
Good idea!
Hey, Gil?
Huh?
Can I ask a favor? I just wanted a chance to see what the orphanage is really like.
Well, I can take you there. And I even know a shortcut.
Everyone eats together in the girls' wing?
Yeah. Food's handed out to gray robes, apprentices, and then unbaptized kids, in that order. We're here.
The basement?
Yeah. This is where they keep all the unbaptized kids and the gray-robed priestesses.
Oh. What's that? Have they been locked inside? Oh. Oh, wow. Why is there such an awful stench? Alms of the gods? Oh.
I'll close the door now. Lady Mine!
I can't believe you were foolish enough to take her to the basement, you dumb idiot!
It didn't used to be like that. How was I supposed to know it turned so bad? Lady Mine, you're awake! Thank goodness. I'm sorry.
Gil didn't know any better, my lady. I'm sorry that you had to witness that.
That's the orphanage? That horrible mess?
When I lived there, it was never as bad as what we saw today.
Then they got rid of the gray-robed priestesses. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and once those priestesses were gone, there was nobody left who cared enough to take care of the kids. Then with the drop in blue-robed priests, there weren't enough alms of the gods to go around. The youngest kids slowly started dying off. And all of that happened over a year ago. I imagine it's much worse now.
Lady Mine, you have to help those kids. Please help.
You must not get involved in this matter, Lady Mine.
What are you saying?
But why not? Tell me.
Life downtown is different from life in the church. You know this. You've already run into trouble over it. It's risky to carelessly stick your nose into this.
Come on, Delia. You want to help them, don't you?
I want nothing to do with that life. I'm trying to forget it. All of it.
Anything, please. Not back to the orphanage. I'd rather die. Poor thing. She must have gone through such hardships. Experiences I can't even imagine. Oh?
Lady Mine, please help them. Nobody's doing anything. I'm lucky now. I get to eat all I want. But they're still starving.
Please forgive me, Gil. I'm afraid Fran is right. It would be too risky for me to make a move. Basically, there's not a lot I can do here.
But my lady...
So instead, I'm gonna ask the head priest to do whatever he can for the orphanage, to see if we can improve its conditions.
But Lady Mine...
Fran, could you quickly set up a time for me to meet with the head priest?
Yes, certainly.
I have to turn down your request. There's no need for improvement.
But sir, really young children are starving and on the brink of death as we speak.
We don't have money to spend on unbaptized orphans. You must understand, the Church will not recognize them as individuals.
What? Are you actually saying it doesn't matter if they die?
If they do, it is because the gods willed it.
What's the orphanage even for, then? Is it not to raise and care for children who don't have families of their own?
It is not. It's a place to raise servants, and by the grace of nobility let them ascend from the depths. A well-trained gray-robed priest can fetch a pretty penny from a noble.
The way they think here is completely abnormal!
If you want to help the orphans end their suffering, then do it yourself.
So you're saying there is something I can do to help?
You can take on the unwanted role of orphanage director, and take personal responsibility for the children's well-being.
Huh?
Can you bear that duty?
No, I can't.
But don't you have the money? If you buy the food to feed them, you won't have to see them starve to death.
There's my studio's capital, but I don't have anything left in my personal funds to use.
So you can't take responsibility for them or give money? If you can't help, then keep your mouth shut. This isn't a matter to meddle with out of a half-hearted sense of morality.
Lady Mine, would you like to stop by the library? Perhaps it will help you feel a bit better.
You saw this coming from the beginning, didn't you, Fran?
It was always part of my job to know what the head priest was thinking. You must try to forget about the orphanage, my lady.
How am I supposed to forget about it? I can't even enjoy reading like this.
Lady Mine, how'd it go?
The head priest flat out denied my request.
What? Why?
Gil, stay calm.
This is why it's pointless to expect anything.
Gil, I'm so sorry.
You're going to have to learn that too. Fretting about it isn't going to help anything, so you might as well forget it.
If you can't help, then keep your mouth shut.
It's not like I can't do anything. I could use the capital from Mine Studio to improve the conditions here.
Can you bear that duty?
Oh, Lutz!
What's wrong? Mine? What's going on? Huh?
The orphans.
Kids are on the verge of dying? Yeah, that stings.
All I want is to help the orphans have enough food to eat so they wouldn't have to starve anymore.
If they don't have enough to eat, why not send them to forage in the forest?
Oh, good idea!
Unfortunately, orphans aren't allowed out of the cathedral.
Oh.
So how come you and Gil get to be out and about?
Retainers are often sent to run errands for nobles, so they'd be the exception.
Then just make all the kids in the orphanage your retainers. That way they can go outside, right?
That's true. All right.
You just have them start pulling their own weight, and they can start gathering foodstuff from the forest.
He who does not work, neither shall he eat. Wait, but what about winter? And it would be terrible if the orphanage were allowed to revert back to its sorry state after I'm gone.
Slow down, Lady Mine. You shouldn't rush to decide everything right now.
Tell me, I'm allowed to send retainers out on errands, aren't I?
You can, yes.
Then I can send my new retainers into the forest and they can gather the wood I need to make my paper.
Orphanage branch of the Mine Studio?
Uh-huh. If the orphanage becomes a new branch of my studio, then the orphan kids will finally have a chance to earn their keep. And no one at the orphanage will ever have to starve again, even after I'm gone.
Right.
Great idea, if I do say so myself.
I agree that it's a wonderful idea, but it's far removed from the church's established practices. Should things go wrong, the orphanage director will be held responsible. Are you prepared for that?
You won't get anywhere worrying about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but...
Mine. What's worse, being held responsible, or watching kids die without doing a thing?
I'd be scared if I were doing it alone. But if you're in this with me, I'll be fine.
Great, then that's that. We'll help the orphans together.
In that case, you should keep an eye on Delia. She still works for the High Priest, after all.
Fran?
I hope you'll allow me to assist you, my lady.
And so, we put together a plan to help the orphans and set it in motion.
An orphanage branch of Mind's studio? Why cause yourself the headache?
Well, it was your suggestion, remember?
Also, with Mind Studio, say you can provide work for the orphans. Give them a better environment or some crap. Whatever it takes to get them to accept your ownership. Yes, but I didn't expect you to actually do it.
But if this works, we'll be able to begin mass production of our paper.
Right. But you'll need someone to give you permission to set up a workshop inside the cathedral.
Someone's being overly cautious about this. But I understand. I'll be sure to ask the head priest for permission as soon as possible.
No, you blockhead. Don't just jump straight in. When facing nobility, you need to prepare to lay the groundwork, even if you feel it's a roundabout way to do things. It could be the most decisive factor.
What groundwork?
Mr. Benno is absolutely right, my lady. You always try to jump straight into talks as soon as you've made up your mind. But that goes against noble etiquette. Well, normally, you would set up an appointment with a noble beforehand, and then state your purpose.
An appointment just to talk?
Yes, one should never be hasty when dealing with nobility. You must take the time to prepare and make sure you go into the talks with the upper hand. To do anything less would be inadvisable.
Sounds like corporate politicking to me.
Please allow me to handle this part, Lady Mine. It's complicated. Your distaste for the state of the orphanage and the treatment of the Grey Robes is something the head priest shares as well.
What? Really?
There's no need for improvement.
Well, that's funny. Didn't seem that way to me at all.
The head priest finds it's more prudent to keep his true feelings hidden. Therefore, the high priest can't find fault with him, so it's rather hard to tell. But he is frustrated by the present state of the church.
He really feels that way?
As a noble, one must be careful to never allow his emotions to display outwardly.
Stupid noble pride. After this discussion, I decided to accept the post of orphanage director for the cathedral. And Fran immediately went to work to make it happen. And as things stand right now, it seems I'll be appointed to the post following a meeting with the head priest.
We will talk here for now.
In bed?
But Master...
Come along now.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a door?
Through here. It's a hidden room that's only accessible to those with a certain amount of mana.
Wow, a hidden room?
Even retainers can't enter. Perfect for a private talk.
I get the feeling we're not going to be discussing the orphanage. Is he gonna yell at me? I'm getting nervous.
Please, take a seat.
Thanks.
Do you understand why I brought you to this hidden room?
No, not really.
Fran advised me it was futile to expect certain things from you, like noble society's subtlety.
I'm sorry.
I feel like I lost years of my life dealing with our last talk. I can't believe you criticized the High Priest's policies, and to have done it so brashly in front of his retainer.
Huh? So one of his retainers was in the room when we met?
Not to mention the blue-robed priest who is one of his supporters.
Well, I think I remember seeing a blue robe now that you mention it.
You should memorize the faces and names of those you need to be wary of.
I am sorry.
Also, you've shown no ability to read between the lines, or of being able to hide your own less popular opinions. This could prove fatal in noble society. You need to learn how nobles do things. As a blue-robed apprentice priestess, you're part of their society now.
Right.
Now then, let's discuss your appointment to orphanage director. I have a question. See, usually, you've been indifferent to others, so why do you want to help the orphans? You aren't one to take on trouble if there's nothing in it for you.
It's so I can get back to reading my books again with a clear mind. I thought that was obvious.
You're serious? Mine, speak in a way I can understand.
As things stand, I'm too bothered by it to focus on my books. That's why I made up my mind to help those kids.
So, for nothing more than to clear the way for your reading, you'll become the director of the orphanage as well as set up and run a workshop there?
Yep.
You know, you are even more of a fool than I thought.
Something tells me the whole director thing is off the table now.
That's all I wanted to discuss. I officially appoint you to be the director of the orphanage.
Huh? I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said I officially appoint you as the director of the orphanage. As long as you feel you're ready for it, go ahead.
Thanks a bunch, head priest!
I think you mean thank you kindly, right?
Huh?
That's how noble women express gratitude. Try to keep that in mind.
Got it.
You're also in need of a priestess to teach you how to talk.
Wait, head priest, do you mind if I ask you a question too?
What is it?
Why are you so different from all the other priests here at the cathedral?
Because like you, I was raised outside the church before joining.
Huh?
I grew up in noble society, but joined the church for certain reasons. Anyway, whatever you do from now on, make sure to report to me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Lady Mine!
Now, let's bring the kids the alms of the gods.
Yes!
Oh? Delia. Oh. I'll keep this a secret from the High Priest. So don't make me regret it by doing something stupid and messing this up. I promise, Delia. All right, everybody out! We're going to get you all nice and clean. And then we're gonna eat until we can't eat anymore.
一番最初に聞いたお話なんだか覚えてる じける星みたいなときめきずっと覚えていたくて有り余る好奇心をどこにとどめようかな紙束に綴ればなんだか宝石箱のようだねかき捨てた文字にも日々は映る掛け合うフレーズの中他の誰でもない私を表すためのサイン吐き捨てた言葉よりも鮮烈に私をこの世界につないでる記憶だからどんなことも愛しく思えるんだ
Lady Mine, if you want to let the kids out of the orphanage, won't it be difficult to arrange clothing for all of them?
No sweat, we'll just get some old rags from a used clothes shop. Just like these.
The amount of money she spent on your clothes should cover everything the kids could need.
My lady, you used to dress like this too?
Alms of the gods? Oh.
The sorry state of the orphanage shocked mine to her core. I have a question. See, usually you've been indifferent to others, so why do you want to help the orphans? You aren't one to take on trouble if there's nothing in it for you.
It's so I can get back to reading my books again with a clear mind. I thought that was obvious.
You're serious? Mine, speak in a way I can understand.
As things stand, I'm too bothered by it to focus on my books. That's why I made up my mind to help those kids.
So, for nothing more than to clear the way for your reading, you'll become the director of the orphanage as well as set up and run a workshop there?
Yep.
You know, you are even more of a fool than I thought.
Something tells me the whole director thing is off the table now.
That's all I wanted to discuss. I officially appoint you to be the director of the orphanage.
Huh? I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said I officially appoint you as the director of the orphanage. As long as you feel you're ready for it, go ahead.
Thanks a bunch, head priest!
Thus, with the head priest's blessing, she took the post of orphanage director. And now, the orphanage is on the verge of undergoing a rebirth.
Fran's supervision, the orphanage was given a total makeover. It was all done under the pretext of cleaning things up for my first official visit as orphanage director. I also decided to hand out some rewards to kids who put in extra effort in the cleanup. So how are the kids? Any ill or overly tired?
No. There are no health concerns at all. It must be because Gil is bringing them plenty of food on a regular basis.
I'm glad. That's a relief.
It would appear that the children all look up to Gil as their personal messiah. And since he told them he was doing it on your orders, it's likely they see you the same.
Oh?
Lady Mine! We just finished cleaning up the boys' wing.
Excellent. Great work. Now then, could you start preparing the meals for everyone, please?
With pleasure.
Right. I'll come fetch you once everything's ready, my lady.
So the kids are all right now.
Thanks to you overseeing everything, yeah.
I remember. They took me out on the day of my baptism, and a gray-robed priestess scrubbed me clean, told me she'd transform me into a pretty lady, one fit to bask in the presence of his grace. 3 of us were taken before the high priest that day. But of the 3, only I was chosen.
Delia.
Why? Why weren't you there to help me when I needed it?
Don't be absurd, Delia.
I know. It's unreasonable.
Please don't cry, Delia.
I'm not crying.
Sorry.
No! Don't apologize to your retainer.
Then I promise you, if you ever need my help in the future, I'll be there for you. I'm glad to meet you all. On this great day, bathed in the light of the God of Fire, I, Lady Mine, have been appointed director of this orphanage by the head priest. You all graciously accepted my request, welcomed me with open arms, and I couldn't be happier about it. Hear my words, glorious rulers of the heavens. Hear my prayers of thanksgiving, 5 mighty and eternal rulers of the earth. To the goddess of water, Frutrena, the goddess of wind, Shutzaria, the goddess of earth, Geduld, and the god of life, Evigleben. We give our gratitude through worship. We offer prayers to the gods! We offer prayers to the gods! Now, you've worked hard to make the orphanage spotlessly clean for my first visit as director, and for that effort, I bring you rewards. Whoever has their name called, would you please step forward with your plate? Vilma.
Yes?
I heard that you were the first one to take the initiative and give the younger children a bath, so thank you.
Wait, why just Vilma? The alms of the gods are for us all!
But what I gave her wasn't the alms of the gods. It's a reward which can only be earned. For he who does not work, neither shall he eat. You will not get rewarded if you don't put in the work for it. I hope you all remember that going forward. Kai.
Yes!
I've been told that you're a very efficient worker. Lutz had high praise for you.
Thank you so much, Lady Mine.
And thus, the orphanage resumed normal operations. Today, Dad and Tootie helped out by taking the kids out to the forest.
This is great. If we do as Lady Mine tells us, we can start making soup for ourselves anytime we want.
Only Lady Mine would say something like that. If you want to have it, sometimes you gotta make it yourselves. You kidding?
Right? Now that Lady Mine's been made director, I'm glad.
Hey, Gil, you've changed. Just a couple of days ago, you were whining about having to serve as retainer to some dumb commoner runt.
It's 'cause she's not like all those other blue robers. Lady Mine rewards those who do their part.
Right, so work hard and make lots of paper for Lady Mine, okay?
You got it!
Let's find something to take back as a gift for Lady Mine.
Hey, hold on! I get to go first! I'm Lady Mine's retainer, after all!
Hey, kids! Settle down now! You're not going to last until we get back home!
The kids in the orphanage really seem to adore Mine, don't they?
Lady Mine!
We're back in the forest!
I'm glad you're back. Were you able to gather a lot?
Yeah! I got the most out of everyone!
Really? Very impressive. Please, me too! Lady Mine, I did my best too. These are for you. Oh. How sweet. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. After such a fruitful day, I decided to reward the people who helped with the orphanage reforms with some gifts for their efforts. Fran, this tablet is for you.
Who, me?
Yes, it's your reward. Because of your help, the head priest entrusted the orphanage to me. You've done so much for everyone, and I'm very grateful to have had your assistance in this. You can write things down on this wax here. That way, you'll be able to jot down notes even when you're outdoors.
Thank you, my lady. Oh. This is a truly incredible item. You honor me with this gift. I'll learn to monitor your health better so I can be of more use to you.
I also have some gifts for Gil and Delia.
You mean it?
Well, it's about time.
You can use these slates to get some practice in how to write. Retainers need to be able to ghostwrite letters for their master from time to time. Wouldn't you both agree?
Thank you for the kind gift, Lady Mine!
I also decided to produce some flashcards to make learning the alphabet fun. Vilma volunteered to draw the faces since she was such a talented artist. For the leisure-starved children of the orphanage, the flashcards became the ideal playthings. Even Benno took an immediate liking to the flashcards and bought the rights to sell them.
Good job. These will fly off the shelves.
Well, that should help give my finances a little breathing room.
Yeah, you'd mentioned they were running low due to all the orphanage reforms.
Yeah. By the way, Lutz, you and your brother Zeke don't really talk too much, do you?
Oh.
When we went to the carpentry workshop to order the flashcards, he didn't seem to know anything about the work that you've been doing.
Well, merchant work and craftsman work don't have much in common. But hey, the Star Festival is coming.
Huh? Star Festival?
Yeah. Feel like joining me this year?
The Star Festival. Is this the one that involves playing with water?
Nah, that's a different one. People throw Tao fruit at each other for the Star Festival.
Oh. Can the orphans take part? They deserve something fun in their lives, like a festival. To discuss the role that the orphanage and I would play during the Star Festival, I sought to make an appointment with the head priest. He had already made it quite clear that I was to watch my mouth when around other people. But I didn't write anything that could get me yelled at in the hidden room. No fair.
You really are a headache.
Huh?
The star binding ceremony is in 2 days. I'm sure you don't have the time to waste on all these formalities.
The star binding ceremony? I thought it was the Star Festival.
Star binding ceremony is what we call it in the church. It's a special ceremony intended for adults. Apprentices like you aren't allowed to take part.
Well, then that means that I don't have to worry about anything.
Many townsfolk will be visiting the cathedral for the ceremony. So your job is to make sure none of the children leave the orphanage until the ceremony is over.
Huh?
Is there a problem with that request?
Wouldn't it be more peaceful if we just allowed the orphans to leave the premises while this was going on?
The people in town would complain if we left the orphans unsupervised.
Then, can they be allowed to play strictly within the bounds of the orphanage instead?
To play?
Yeah. The Star Festival celebrated downtown by throwing towel fruit at one another. And I want to give the orphans a chance to experience that kind of fun.
As long as you clean everything up afterward, and promise not to be a nuisance to the townsfolk in attendance, then I will allow it.
Thank you kindly, Head Priest! Then came the day of the Great Star Festival. I suppose they've made it to the forest by now. Oh.
Oh, well, if it isn't the plebeian who wears blue robes as if she were born to them. Children have no place in today's ceremonies.
The head priest ordered me to keep the orphans sequestered, and I shall remain with the children inside the orphanage to prevent them from hindering proceedings.
Caring for orphans is the perfect job for a mere commoner. Ha! Good luck.
I thank you kindly for your encouragement, my lord.
My lady.
Oh, I'm all right, Fran. They are only words. They really can't hurt me if I don't let them. You've sure done a great job. Do you see how happy they are? I wish I could have gone along with you.
Well, wanna go take a quick peek? The kids are eating their lunches right now, and we've got a little time, don't we?
Sure, let's go! Oh, wow, this is crazy, look! We've got a completely dry pair over here! Wait, really?
Run, Mine! Come on!
After us! Don't let him get away! Oh, no!
Move your legs, will you, Mine?
By the time we returned, we found everything ready to go. Rule 1, clean up when you're done. Rule 2, don't be a pest. And if you're gonna play, no fighting or getting hurt. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am. Then come grab some towel fruit. Mine, what's wrong?
It's absorbing my mana. What the heck? How strange. Look, Lutz! It's a tromba!
If you've learned to forage, grab a blade! When I say the word, cut everything down!
Right!
Mine! Toss it over into the dirt!
Okay! Be gone, Sprout!
The hell is that?
Valuable wood for paper! Fran, take care of mine!
Right.
Let's go!
Yeah! We did it!
Good! Now let's get to work!
Yeah! parts and helped us cut down 3 whole trombas. That's great! Now I'll have more funds to spare for the orphanage in no time.
So what do you say we get to the fun and games with the Tao fruit?
All right!
You missed!
We have to fix that!
Lady Mine, allow me.
Oh no.
By the end of that day, Fran had to carry me home.
So Mine, did you have fun at the festival?
Yeah, and the orphans were all smiles too.
Is that so?
I'm so glad. We did it. I had no idea what was lying in wait for me after I recovered from my fever.
What in the world did you do?
Huh? What are you talking about, sir?
I decided to see if you'd cleaned up like you promised, and what did I find? I found dug-up soil, with broken pieces of tiling sticking out.
You actually went to check on it?
I was quite clear you were not to be a nuisance, Mine. Whatever did you do to cause such a mess?
Well, sir, like I told you earlier, we threw Tao fruit at one another.
Didn't you also chop down plants for your paper?
Yikes, he knows about that. Yes, but sir, we didn't do anything else to cause a commotion during the big ceremony.
Putting aside all of the stone tiles that were flipped over, can you really say that you haven't caused a commotion? Now then, you will spend the rest of your day repenting in detention.
But, Your Grace, please reconsider this decision.
Offer prayers to the gods, and take time to reflect on what you have done.
Lady Mine!
I thought she had recovered from her fever.
Forgive me, but I fear you take her frailty too lightly, my lord. This is why I was pleading with you back in your office to reconsider.
You worried for her health. It had nothing to do with saving face.
Before I could reflect on my actions, it seems the head priest was left to repent over his choice to lock me up.
What? Tao fruit turned into a tromba?
Yeah, I think it could serve as a substitute for magical items.
Hush! Don't tell anyone!
What? But why wouldn't I? It could save the lives of lots of kids with the devouring.
Mana is the jurisdiction of nobility. Tao fruit must not replace magical items. It could turn the church and noble society completely upside down.
Mine put in real effort to improve living conditions for all the orphans. However, after the Star Festival debacle, she developed a fever and was put in detention for a day. Meanwhile...
You fool!
Why can't you just accept it, Father? I've had enough! I'm getting out of here!
Do whatever you want!
Lutz!
Another storm was brewing downtown.
trouble, Turi? Lutz ran away from home and still hasn't come back. Huh? But what happened? Go ahead and tell her, Ralph.
Yesterday, Lutz got into a big fight with her father. Said he was leaving and then he just stormed out. Afterwards, we looked all over but didn't find him. Mine, do you have any idea where he could have gone?
Did you check the Gilberta company?
Gilberta? Never heard of that. Where is it?
Seriously, Ralph?
Ugh.
You really don't know where your little brother works? That's shameful. Turi, can you take Ralph up to the store? Sure. This is the place.
Wait, Lutz works in this fancy place?
Wait, Ralph!
Hey, Lutz! Blockhead? What's wrong with you?
What's going on?
What's this about?
Don't bother me while I'm working.
You brat! I'm sick and tired of your nonsense. We're going back home.
Knock it off! Let me go!
Hurry up!
All right, kid.
That's a good idea! Hey, stop pulling! Give it a rest, Lutz. You think you can just do whatever you want? You're causing trouble for everybody with your crap.
We should leave, Ralph. Now we know where Lutz is and that he's okay. Right?
Hey, Lutz! Look at me!
So you found him at the shop? Yeah, he was working like nothing happened. He and Ralph got into a little scuffle, though. Mine. I know you're worried and want to help, but you have to get better first. Yeah, I know I do. But my fever just refused to go away.
Give our brother back!
What are you doing with my baby boy? Give Lutz back to his family! Lutz! Lutz! Come on out! Mama's here!
Several days passed before I was able to visit Lutz.
Wonderful to see you again, Mine. I trust that you're feeling better now.
My fever finally subsided. So, is Lutz here?
It would be best if we took this discussion to the back. The last week has really put the rest of the employees on edge.
I don't
understand how things got out of hand so quickly. What happened?
I'd planned to take Lutz along on a business trip to another town, but his parents wouldn't allow it.
The opportunity to travel is why Lutz became a merchant apprentice. But his family was against the idea of him being a merchant, and that's been a cause of tension for them. Oh.
You called, Master Benno?
Lutz! Are you okay? Where are you living? Tell me.
Right here. I've been living up in the attic storage above the shop.
Sleeping in the attic? Why up there?
What else am I supposed to do, Mine? Where would I go?
But that's no different than being a live-in apprentice. Isn't there something you can do to help Mr. Benno?
There is. I'm considering adopting Lutz.
You'll adopt him?
That would be the plan, depending on what his parents say.
Well, that's good to know. But how do you feel about that, Lutz? Your brothers and your parents are all really worried about you.
Are you saying I should go home?
Huh?
So what, I'm in the wrong here? Like my mom and brother said? That I'm causing trouble for everybody I know?
No, Lutz. I'm not saying anything like that at all. I would never think that. I know just how hard you've worked to come this far. I know how much you've sacrificed to make it. And I'll always be on your side, no matter what. You can lean on me whenever you need.
Mine. I'm sorry. But if I were to lean on you, you'd just collapse under my weight.
But still, there must be something I can do for Lutz. Even going through with the adoption, he'll have to get his parents to agree. But as things stand now, he's suffering as a live-in apprentice.
You know...
Huh? I'm sorry, what, head priest?
You're not making any progress on your work here.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Again, you're losing focus.
Sorry.
Mine. Come to the hidden room.
Huh? But head priest, don't you want me to get this work done?
The calculator needs repair first.
Calculator? Huh? Is he calling me a calculator?
So tell me what's on your mind.
Please forgive me, sir. But this issue of mine is none of your concern. I'll switch gears and work hard again.
If the work isn't getting done, it becomes my concern. Besides, who wouldn't be bothered by a poor child moping about?
East, that earth. Wait a second. Does this mean that you're actually worried about me, head priest?
Of course not.
You see, I don't know what to do about Lutz. Should he keep staying with Benno or go back home?
Lutz and Benno are both extremely important to you, aren't they? Tell me everything.
Okay.
I see. So what it boils down to is you want to improve Lutz's living conditions. Reconciling with his family would be best. But by your judgment, Benno adopting him is also a beneficial solution. Did I get anything wrong so far?
No, sir.
If Lutz feels that being adopted by Benno is the best option available, then there's a way.
Huh? Can we really make it work?
Lutz can be placed under the care of our orphanage, if we can determine he was abandoned by both of his parents. Once that is settled, the orphanage director becomes his guardian, and is able to sign adoption papers.
So, you're saying I can sign off on his paperwork for him?
Actually, you're still a minor. I would need to sign for you as your supervisor.
can help Lutz right away. Can we please get started? But still, I don't want his family to be torn apart any more than it already has been.
I can't make a judgment after hearing one viewpoint. I'll need to hear from Lutz's parents as well, to be fair.
Huh? But how will you talk to them?
I will just summon them to appear before me.
Whoa! Summon them?
I'll have them lay out all of their issues for me. If adoption is the answer, I'll see that it moves forward without a hitch.
This is suddenly becoming a big deal. And so, the cathedral became a summit for all parties with an interest in Lutz.
During the meeting, I want you to hold on to this.
But what is that, head priest?
A magical item that prevents eavesdropping. While you're holding this, your voice will only be heard by someone who has another one. In this instance, me.
Wow, this is kind of a niche item, wouldn't you say? Hang on a second, is this your way of saying you want me to just shut up and watch the meeting?
Yes, precisely.
But if I'm already sitting in on the session, I should be able to help Lutz out in any way I can.
Each of the participants needs an opportunity to make their intentions perfectly clear. Your meddling would only cloud things.
I can't join in the discussion, but I'm rooting for you with all of my heart, Lutz.
We'll begin this meeting by clarifying the foundation and substance of Lutz's complaint. Now then, you may state your case to us, Lutz.
No matter how hard I try, they don't acknowledge my effort. They always push me away, saying to do what I want. Because I want—
Don't be a baby!
Come on! At least have the decency to hear him out! He's learning to be the best merchant he can be, so what's your problem?
Mine. Settle down. Also, the item works better when you cover your mouth. Now, Deed, so what did you mean by don't be a baby? I am not familiar with the ways of people downtown, so please explain so I can understand.
How is wanting you to accept my choices being a baby?
My husband's not very good with words, so please allow me, Your Grace. Now, Lutz, you want us to accept what you do, but how can you be sure you'll really make it in that business?
What about it? What does that have to do with not giving me permission to visit another town?
You withheld your permission. State your reasons.
It's too dangerous.
That's right. There are beasts outside the city walls, and bandits, too. Who would want to take a child out there?
If I may, we would be making the trip by carriage, and the town is half a day away, tops.
Well, that's encouraging. Surely a carriage ride would reassure you.
There's no need for that.
I told you I needed to do something at work!
Lutz, please, calm down. What do you mean, there's no need?
We want to take Lutz along with us because we're planning on building a new workshop in the other town.
I don't understand why you would need a mere apprentice for something like that.
It's simple. With the future of my business and Lutz's abilities in mind, going forward, I want to groom him to be my successor. To that end, I would like to adopt him as my own.
What the hell are you talking about?
Hardly worth discussing.
Deed, could you state your reasoning for that? It's why we're here.
I would like to know your issue as well. The adoption would benefit not only my business, but also Lutz himself. It could secure his future.
You don't have any kids, do you?
No, I do not. But that's why I'm considering Lutz to be my successor.
Not the point.
No? What do you mean by that?
may be an excellent merchant. I've no doubt of that. But you can't be his father.
Why not? Please explain your position.
Parenting is about what's in here. Who benefits how don't matter.
Ah, I see. You're right. I prioritize my shop's profits above all. Although, I respect Lutz's desire to be a merchant.
That's right. Why can't you at least be supportive and accept my apprenticeship?
I told you, it's your life, so do what you want.
Do what I want?
What's that about?
Come on, you still don't get it? That's just your father's way of accepting your decision.
What, really? Why couldn't you just say that?
You damn fool! You ignored your parents' objections and chose this line of work anyway. So be a man, step up, and do whatever it takes, even if it's a live-in apprenticeship. But don't be a whiny coward who runs away from all his problems by going to the orphanage, let alone look for adoption. Who could ever agree to that?
It's true, Lutz. You are my dear baby boy who I gave birth to and raised over all these years. I could never give you away to anyone.
Now then, apologize.
Deed, could you try to be clearer? Who should he apologize to, and why?
I have to explain again? All right, you wasted the time of everyone here because you couldn't control yourself. Say you're sorry.
What?
What?
I'm very sorry.
I can't hear you.
I'm very sorry!
But I did this by bringing it up with the head priest. I'm sorry, Lutz.
Well then, based upon what his parents are saying, I cannot let the adoption proceed in good faith. Benno, suggestions?
I still put great value on Lutz's talents. Instead of adopting him, I would like to offer him a Doppler contract for management training. Would that be acceptable to you?
Aren't you being hasty, mister?
The boy is a hard worker, and he has patience. Both our futures depend on me training him as soon as possible.
Yeah, all right. I want to help him, but I don't know business, and I don't have the money to back his ventures.
That's settled. Let's file paperwork with the Merchant Guild right away.
That's why I can't stand merchants. Right. As the youngest of our children, he's had a somewhat spoiled upbringing so far, but the kid's got spirit. Please, take good care of him.
We're trusting you with our son.
Father, Mother, I promise to become a merchant who needs no introduction!
You're damn right. You're a man, so quit whimpering.
Head priest, we're grateful. Thank you kindly for your help today.
Come on, we're going home, dummy.
Ow!
Lutz, I'm so glad.
Oh, Mom, cut it out! Don't do that here!
Don't be shy, sweetheart.
Looks like I wasn't making myself clear, so, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Hey, Mom, I'm feeling kinda hungry.
What's that? Don't you need to visit the Merchant Guild first?
Well, yeah, I do.
Let's!
Hey, guys!
You had us all pretty worried there, you little punk.
Sorry.
Did you learn your lesson?
Stop that, Ralph. Cut it out!
Wait a minute. Why was mine here at the cathedral anyway?
Please keep what you saw here today a secret. Sometimes ignorance can be a gift.
Forget about it. I'm not meddling in the affairs of nobility. Besides, I'm sure she has her own reasons.
Understand? Getting one side of the story isn't enough to make a fair judgment.
I see.
Aren't you glad that family wasn't torn apart? Things turned out exactly as you hoped.
I'm so glad. Really, I'm overjoyed for all of them.
Please stop weeping, Mine. You're making it appear as though I made you cry.
These are tears of joy. They're good.
You're such a handful.
Thank you kindly, sir. Ferdinand. That was when I realized, from the stitching on his handkerchief, that the head priest was named Ferdinand.
一番最初に聞いたお話なんだか覚えてる弾ける星みたいなときめきずっと覚えていたくて有り余る好奇心をどこにとどめようかな紙束に綴ればなんだか宝石箱のようだね書き捨てた文字にも日々は映る掛け合うフレーズの中他の誰でもない私を表すためのサイン吐き捨てた言葉よりも鮮烈に私をこの世界につないでる記憶だからどんなことも愛しく思えるんだ
Hey, Head Priest! Is a magical item that prevents people from eavesdropping really that useful?
Of course. The noble class benefits from them all the time. Hmm? It's the High Priest. We can't have any trouble. Mine, hide yourself.
Right!
That's the kind of situation it's for.
So it's for discussing secrets? Well, why do I get the feeling that you're the only one who uses it to shut a person up? Want to explain that? Come on, Head Priest, just spit it out!
Mine was able to help Lutz resolve his family issues, but very soon she'll have to pay attention to developments in her own home.
What's wrong? Are you still not feeling well, Mom? Are you sick?
Well,
Huh?
it's like this. Mama has a baby in her belly.
Oh?
You're going to be a big sister.
That's great! I'll make a picture book for the little one. Just you wait and see.
A book?
Yeah, for kids.
what?
What is a picture book?
This is the third time in a row. They're books for children with pictures on each page.
Books are expensive enough as it is, and you want to make them for babies who can't read. What gave you such a preposterous idea?
Because I'm gonna be a big sis.
It seems Lady Mine's family is expecting a child, Your Grace. She means for it to serve as a present for the baby.
Understood. Thank you, Fran.
Now, that in mind, I need Vilma.
Vilma?
To make a picture book, an artist is required. Lady Mine has found an artistic gray-robed priestess she'd like to make her personal retainer.
When I first had the idea, I wanted to draw it myself.
For someone with such lovely writing, your art's trash.
Please, head priest, can I have her?
That baby will prove to be a huge weakness for you going forward.
Why would you say something like that out of the blue?
Every member of the clergy knows how dearly you hold your family. You proved that beyond the shadow of a doubt when you took on the High Priest to save them. Who knows what he'll do when he learns of the baby's arrival? You understand that this can't be laughed off by saying you have a hard time hiding your emotions.
Yes, I understand.
Might I suggest you use this chance to acquaint yourself with noble mannerisms and culture?
Culture?
Yes, like music. It's a favored pastime of the nobility. Are there any suitable candidates?
There's one who used to be Lady Christine's retainer, a priestess named Rosina.
Perfect. If you want an artist as your retainer, you will also take in another retainer with a proficiency in music.
Wait a minute! You can't make that kind of decision for me! For starters, I don't have any musical instruments!
Oh, I see. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to practice without an instrument.
That being said, I'm only asking for Vilma to become my retainer, sir.
I appreciate your kind offer, my lady.
Oh?
But there'd be no one left to take care of them. I'm the only one who does, I'm afraid. As a result, I'd prefer to remain in the orphanage.
In the church system, all retainers move into their master's residences. Is there any way I can make Vilma my retainer while still allowing her to live in the orphanage? I decided to ask the head priest for advice on the matter. And on the day we were to discuss it...
The head priest sends these gifts with his regards.
Wow. I declined because I had no instruments, but it seems they've found their way to me.
This type of instrument's called a harshpiel.
Harshpiel, huh?
It would seem that the head priest is rather insistent on having you learn music, my lady.
Welcome, Your Grace. Please have some. I had my cooks prepare a batch of cookies just for you. These are one of the many dessert items on the menu in Gilberta Company's upcoming restaurant.
I wasn't aware you were dabbling in food now as well.
Yeah, I had really hoped I could experience actual noble cuisine before the restaurant started serving customers.
Then I shall have to invite you to lunch sometime soon.
Ah! Yes!
So mine.
Oh.
You said you wanted Vilma as a retainer, but she wanted to continue living in the orphanage?
Right. It appears that Vilma is the only one taking care of the unbaptized children who live there. The younger ones tend to fall ill easily, and sometimes even develop fevers late in the night.
If Vilma chooses to keep living at the orphanage, then that's all the more reason to take in Rosina. I gave you instruments. You should have no objections now.
But is there really a need for playing music in the ceremonies the church conducts? Here we go again with that magical whisper item.
Music is essential to your growth because it is a vital part of noble culture.
You said the same thing when we talked the other day, but you have to remember that I'm not a noble.
But you will most definitely be a part of noble society as you get older.
What do you mean? I have no intention whatsoever of leaving my family. According to what the head priest told me, when nobles or those with a devouring get married, their partner has to have a similar mana level, or else they can't have kids. Also, a child is more likely to inherit its mother's mana capacity. With their numbers low and dwindling, It's apparently a guarantee that young nobles will begin flocking to me the moment I come of age.
Beware. They'll only see you as a tool that connects them to high society.
So in other words, a convenient baby maker?
That choice is up to you.
Up to me? How?
Well, whether or not you're only seen as a tool to produce highborn heirs will depend entirely on how well you can conduct yourself as a noble. Learn their ways in order to protect yourself.
I understand. I'll also make Rosina my retainer and learn everything I possibly can from her. After discussing business, I asked the head priest to show me the importance of music in noble society, so he played the harpsichord for me. He's so good. The minstrels around the East Gate aren't even worthy of lacing the man's boots for him.
青く高い空降り注ぐ日は雷電シャフトの恵み若葉光風香る命もゆる夏
That was absolutely wonderful! If you were to sing love songs with that voice, women everywhere would be falling for you.
What exactly are you trying to say?
It was a compliment, I swear.
Anyway, it's your turn to try.
What? You mean right now?
This is the first and most basic note you'll learn.
Oh, hey, that's Do. Ray? Me?
This is called a scale. That's a surprise. I never imagined a commoner having such a sensitive ear for music. But it seems you'll be picking it up soon enough.
Yikes! I can't believe I just made things harder for myself!
Now it's very important to make sure you practice every day.
Perhaps I could take time out of helping you with paperwork and squeeze in some harpsichord rehearsal?
Maybe spend less time reading!
I will defend that time with every fiber of my being! In the end, he agreed that we should reduce the amount of time I spent helping him. Yes! The head priest granted permission, so I'm making you my retainer, Velma.
I promise to do my very best to serve you, Lady Mine.
By the way, is Rosina in there?
I'll get her for you.
Whoa! She absolutely radiates delicate femininity. I assume this is how the head priest expects me to start conducting myself.
Ah, Lady Mine. Vilma says you wish to speak to me?
Yes, I'm making you my retainer, based on the personal recommendation of the head priest. To begin with, your primary job will be instructing me in the art of playing the harpsichord. So, aside from that task, I will expect you to share in the workload of the rest of my retainers. Any objections?
Oh, no objections whatsoever. The harpsichord happens to be my best instrument by far, my lady.
As soon as she got her things ready, Rosina moved into the director's office with the rest of us.
My, look at those harpsichords.
Why don't you play it for me? I'd love a demonstration.
Really? May I?
Of course. That's why you're here.
Then please bring me my harpsichord. I can't believe I get to play again. Could you fetch me my chair?
Something here seems off. What is it?
Lady mine, I promise to serve you from this point forth with all my heart.
Yes, Delia? What's wrong?
Rosina hasn't been doing any of her share of the work.
My, accusing me of not working is a rather rude thing to do.
She doesn't do anything other than play that stupid instrument of hers. She won't even get up in the morning.
Is what Delia's saying true, Rosina?
My job is to teach you to play the Harspiel, one I do joyfully every day. Now then, are you ready to practice, milady?
Delia, I have to have my Harspiel practice now, but I promise I'm going to hear you out afterwards.
Oh, all right then.
Oh, thank you.
Could you take mine as well, please?
Oh, she's doing it again. Rosina? What makes you think it's appropriate to give Fran orders?
What's that?
Fran is my head retainer. You'd do well to remember that. I'm going to leave here shortly to give the head priest some assistance. I'd like you to help Delia fetch some water, Rosina.
What? You can't be serious. Isn't that gray-robed priestess work, my lady?
Huh?
You see, I may damage my fingers doing menial work like a servant. Just have the apprentices over there take care of it.
Rosina, I will not allow you to keep talking down like that to my other retainers. Besides, I believe there were other duties I asked you to see to.
But lady mine, surely you can see that I'm different from the other retainers. I'm just not sure why that's such a difficult thing to understand. It appears you've misunderstood your position as a blue-robed apprentice priestess.
Wait, I'm wrong?
You're the one who's mistaken, Rosina!
Delia!
I'm still not totally familiar with all of the ways of the church. I'm going to listen as everyone says their piece, before deciding if your approach is right or wrong.
Vilma and Rosina's previous master, the Lady Christine, was a blue-robed apprentice priestess who loved nothing more than art. Lady Christine tended to favor retainers who demonstrated talent in the arts. Rosina was given special treatment by her master because she excelled in music, and the servant work was done by the other gray-robed apprentice priest retainers. And I believe that is why she looks down upon anyone in a gray robe, be they priest or apprentice.
That's going to be a significant issue.
The word of the head retainer is the word of their master. You do not need retainers who refuse to understand. Return her to the orphanage.
But then, how would I be able to practice the Harspiel without a tutor, sir?
We simply find you someone else.
Head priest, I know I may be out of line for asking, but may I be excused for the rest of the day? I'd like to hear what all of my retainers have to say, so I'd like a chance to have a discussion with them.
You want my opinion, my lady?
Yes, I heard that under Lady Christine, the servant work was done only by the gray-robed priests and apprentices. Would you say that statement is correct?
After Lady Christine returned to her life as a noble, and I resumed living inside the orphanage, that was when I realized I had been given special treatment while serving her that others had not.
I see. So it's just Rosina.
Lady mine, if it's not asking too much, please give Rosina time to reflect upon her new situation.
I hear you loud and clear, Vilma. Thank you. Then we all got together for a meeting.
She plays too loud, doesn't listen to anyone, and she doesn't help out with work. Didn't you know, he who does not work, neither shall he eat?
Yeah, how am I supposed to work with someone like that? You need to fire her and be done with it.
Obviously, I dedicate everything I have to my art. It is my duty to teach Lady Mine how to play the Harspiel, after all. If I do say so myself, you really could broaden your horizons in the arts just a tad more.
Rosina, you can't expect the exact same treatment as you had before. If you're going to continue working for me, you'll perform other duties besides music. I understand that your hands are very important when it comes to handling your instrument, so perhaps you could do paperwork.
I've never done that. Not anything of that nature.
There may be things you don't know or can't do. This is your chance to learn them. When Gil and Delia first entered my service as retainers, neither one was able to write letters. But after some hard work, they both figured it out. That said, I have no use for a retainer who refuses to do their share of the work. Rosina, I am not Lady Christine. I'm your new master. Either you accept that, or go back and live at the orphanage. I'll give you till tomorrow to decide.
Those days are over, and there's no going back.
Remember to work hard, and Lady Mine will acknowledge you.
I would like to serve as your retainer, if you will still have me.
Oh? So does that mean you're allowing her to remain in your service?
Yes, sir. She'll be assisting me with taking care of paperwork. Although, I'm sure her desire to play Harspiel led her to this decision.
Well, that works out in our favor. Because I wanted to see for myself how your practice is going.
Wait! I have 10 days? And so began my trial by fire.
That was exquisite.
That's all thanks to Rosina.
Oh no, it's because you're a diligent student and a quick learner, my lady.
What? Vilma doesn't like to be around men?
You didn't know, my lady? I guess I just assumed. That's why Vilma remained at the orphanage. I thought that was by design.
I wonder why she feels that way.
A blue-robed priest made promises and tricked Velma, forcing her to offer her flower to him.
Oh.
Thankfully, no other harm befell her. But she has been afraid of men ever since that day.
一番最初に聞いたお話なんだか覚えてる弾ける星みたいなときめきずっと覚えていたくて有り余る好奇心をどこにとどめようかな神束に綴ればなんだか宝石箱のようだね吹き捨てた街にも日々は映
priest sent me some bedclothes along with my harspiel. Is it common for nobles to give this kind of gift to each other?
I believe he sent it as an apology for making you faint in the detention room. That would be my best guess, my lady.
Do not mention this to anyone, because one usually receives bedclothes from family, one's betrothed, or one's paramour.
Then why would you do something like this if it might give people the wrong idea?
It's your own fault for not having bedclothes prepared for yourself when you're always passing out.
I thought I returned the gift and the lecture.
Mine accepted 2 new retainers, Vilma and Rosina. Soon enough, Rosina's aversion to labor left the rest of the retainers feeling somewhat cross. But after witnessing Mine's diligence firsthand, Rosina changed her attitude. That allowed Mine to focus all of her energy on putting together her picture book.
In a land far away, there were 3 little pigs. One day, they decided it was time for them to leave home and seek their fortunes. The first little pig built his house out of straw. The second built a house of sticks. Meanwhile, the third little pig built his house out of bricks. One night, a big bad wolf came along, and he huffed and he puffed and blew the first little pig's house made of straw completely away. The first little pig ran as fast as he could to the second little pig's house, which was made of sticks. Suddenly, the wolf was there, huffing and puffing. The house of sticks was blown away easily, too. The first 2 little pigs then ran to the house made of bricks that the third little pig had built. And naturally, the big bad wolf followed. And again, he huffed and he puffed. And so the 3 little pigs decided to stay in the brick house where they lived happily ever after. The end. All right, then. What did you guys think?
I couldn't really understand it.
Oh, but which part?
Lady Mine, what is a little pig? What's a big bad wolf?
I don't know. I was confused.
Lady Mine, are you going to make a picture book out of that story?
Well, that's what I was planning on.
I don't know about wolves, and what are those pigs you spoke of? I've never seen either one, so I might have a hard time drawing them.
You've got a point there. That feedback was helpful, thank you. I'll come back to you with a different story soon.
I shall take my leave with the children.
Actually, there's something else I'd like to talk to you about.
What, my lady?
I heard about it from Rosina. That you...
Now that we're in Lady Mine's service, I thought it would be best if she knew that about you.
So the reason you wished to continue living here was because you didn't want to have to go outside.
You were afraid of having to interact with men, weren't you?
That's right. I should have told you myself. But I wasn't exactly trying to hide my feelings.
Don't worry, Velma. I get it. Anyway, I've decided to bring Rosina with me from now on. That way we can visit without having any other men here to upset you. Then you can rest easy.
I wondered why she came with you. You've always honored my wishes, even as you generously considered taking me on as a retainer. So thank you kindly, my lady.
Bring on the sprouty thing!
You guys are starting to get good at this. How much more paper are we making? Hello?
If they can't follow the three little pigs, then Momotaro being born from a peach and fighting ogres won't work. It's gotta be something Velma can draw. This is a toughie.
Didn't hear a word.
Oh yeah, Lady Mine does this all the time. She's just over there in her own little world.
Guess you finally get her, huh, Gil?
The church!
Wait, what's that about the church mine?
I figured out what I want Velma to draw.
So you've decided?
Yeah, we'll do a kid's version of the Holy Scriptures. And it's 2 birds with 1 stone, because it'll teach kids the alphabet. Oh, in that case, we'll need to make 1 for each kid. But how, though? It's not like there are any copiers or printers around. Oh, I learned how to do block printing in arts and crafts. We'll use wood block printing to increase production.
Some ink?
Right. I need ink so I can make my picture book.
Oh, you talked about that last time.
Uh-huh.
How much do you need? Now, ink is expensive. I assume you've already taken the cost into account?
I hadn't gotten that far.
You fool! What kind of merchant doesn't calculate their expenses?
I'm not a merchant anymore. I'm an apprentice priestess. Hey, that hurts. Cut it out. Later, we swung by a carpenter's workshop to order the printing block. The shop that made the flashcards was too busy for the order, but they referred me to an offshoot establishment run by a highly recommended, capable young craftsman. Mr. Ingo, please deliver the final order to the Gilberta Company.
As you wish, ma'am. I aim to earn your continued patronage.
Ink, you say?
I'm trying to find an oil-based ink, sir. Do you happen to have any inks that aren't intended for use with parchment?
Look here, kid. Ink is ink. There's only one kind.
Oh. Do I have to put together my own batch of special-purpose ink? What shall I use as the colorant? Perhaps I can use soot, or maybe an oil paint?
Hey, Lutz, do you know what she's rambling on about?
Her thoughts leak out of her mouth like a water bucket with a hole in it.
Well, when will it end? I would like to discuss the restaurant with her.
You'll just have to wait for her to find the answer.
I'll just start making as many different kinds as I can and use the best one of those to print the book. How's that sound, Lutz?
What? Why me?
Because whenever I have an idea...
I'll make it happen.
Then our first order of business is to find soot.
Would you care to tell me exactly what you're planning?
Whatever do you mean, head priest?
The gray-robed priests have been keeping busy, cleaning fireplaces and chimneys, yet it's awfully early in the year for that. You put them up to it, didn't you?
I don't know why you're making it sound like I'm hatching some devious plot. I asked them to help gather soot so that I could make my own ink that would work with my plant-based paper. That's what I was planning to make my picture book out of, for convenience.
Now I see. Just tread carefully. The last thing you need is to go too far and draw the ire of the High Priest.
Okay.
Oh, and please inform me once you've decided on the book's contents. You're too unpredictable when acting on your own. It stresses me out.
Well, I've actually already chosen the subject. A picture book version of the Holy Scriptures for kids.
The Holy Scriptures for kids, huh? That could prove rather useful indeed, to help with literacy.
Right, that's what I thought.
Very well. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you kindly, sir.
Oh wow, a picture book version of the scriptures for kids?
Yes, I imagine you won't have any problems drawing that.
Right. I can do anything related to the church.
Then please, get started right away. Once the sketches were complete, I wrote the prose in mirrored letters. And Lutz's brother Zieg carved it into the wood block. After mixing the soot and the right amount of oil, we had what we needed. Once it's that glossy and sticky, the texture's perfect. I made the disc like Baron myself. Whoa, it's like a painting! The block was 5 foot left white lines on it! That's so cool! I don't know. It's not what I'd look for in a picture book.
Yeah, you're right. The text is a bit hard to read, too.
What do we do now? Hi, Vilma, we're back! It was so amazing!
What was amazing, my dear?
They put ink on a board, and then your drawing was on paper.
My drawing, huh? Lady Mine requested that I draw a sketch on a wooden board a while back. Was that it?
Yeah, it looked really beautiful. You should come with us next time.
No! I'm sorry. Poor Rico. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
It looks good, just as I thought it would. I decided to put the picture book scriptures on hold and switch focus to the baby book. I knew precisely what kind of book it'd be. The only thing left to get was the tools. I ordered what I needed from Johann.
Oh, you've got to be that girl from the Gilberta Company, aren't you?
Johann is always precise with his work, and I adore him for it. Lady Mine, what's that you got there? A page from a baby's picture book.
Huh? I gotta ask, is this really going to make the baby happy?
Of course it will. Solid, simple shapes like triangles and rectangles are exactly what an infant needs at that stage.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to take your word for it and trust you. Looks like we could use the thick paper for the scriptures.
Yeah.
This is a copy of the drawing I made?
Your artwork has so many fine details. Unfortunately, this is how it turns out with basic woodblock printing techniques. You see, it completely takes away from what makes your art so wonderful. Instead, I came up with a different way to do things. We'll alter the style so it works with the woodblock print.
You drew that, my lady?
Yes. With your art as a reference, I made a sample by paper cutting and using the contrast of the black against the white. This requires significantly less work than carving a woodblock, and I think you'll agree it carries the tone much better. But I just don't know if the kids will like this as much as the art style you used for the flashcards.
I'll give this new method of yours a shot.
I would really appreciate that, Velma.
I'm also interested to see how my skills stand up when I attempt subjects in a new style.
I suppose. Don't push yourself too hard, okay?
Right.
Wait for us, Lady Mine! We need to tell you something!
Huh? Vilma's been acting strange, you say?
Yeah, ever since I asked her to come to the studio with us and she ran away.
Oh. She's seemed kinda sad ever since then.
Lady Mine, can you please help her? We don't want her to be so sad.
You children must both love Vilma with all your hearts, huh? Uh-huh. But I'm afraid we'll have to wait for time to heal her wounds.
What? Isn't there something we can do to help her?
It's hard to say. But if she sees you doing your best, she might start wanting to join you on your excursions. While Vilma was busy drawing the new panel, I asked the head priest to go over the text for the picture book version of the scriptures. What? Not another lecture.
All right. Would you tell me where you received such a broad education?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
I'm afraid your prose is too perfect. The scriptures are laden with complicated phrasing. Editing them into simple, concise prose kids can digest is unfortunately not a simple task. My estimation? These words should be over the head of the girl I read to, who at the time couldn't even grasp the terms and phrases used. It's almost as though you were educated in a foreign land, and were merely unfamiliar with our ways and the language that is spoken here.
Head priest, I was born and raised here in this very town.
My investigation into you confirmed that. You are a native of this burg. It makes no sense.
I've actually been asked about this situation once before.
May I ask, where did you really come from, my dear? And where did you get all these lovely recipes?
Well then, what did you say in response to her question?
In my dreams, sir.
In your dreams?
Yes, a dreamlike world. So different from this one and a place I can never go back to. That was my answer. Will you believe me, head priest?
Well, that's an absurd explanation, but it proves certain suspicions I've held to be right. You're terrible at lying and keeping secrets, I'll have you know. However, it is rather confusing. I'll need some time to think this over.
Meanwhile, as I was getting the required equipment together, Vilma finished her drawing.
I hope this is close to what you want.
Vilma! It's perfect, Vilma! I'll have it printed immediately. Please go and tell Gil to get things ready.
Of course, my lady. Lady Mine? If it's not a bother, do you think it would be alright if I accompanied you to the studio?
But I thought you were scared.
Trying my hand at this new art style for you gave me courage, at least a bit. And so... maybe now, I could venture beyond the church grounds with you.
You mean it?
As long as you'll be by my side, I'll feel safe enough to do it.
I'll make sure no man gets anywhere near you, Vilma, I promise!
Now, Lady Mine, it's typically the duty of a retainer to keep men away from their master, not the other way around.
Huh? Vilma, are you okay?
Yes.
Hey, it's Vilma!
Vilma, you came!
I came to see the printing you all told me about, to see for myself what was so exciting.
came out just perfect. Velma, why are you crying?
From joy. Lady Mine, it's lovely. I'll get to work on the next one.
Velma. Good. I can't wait. From there, each time Vilma finished a drawing, we got to work printing it. Tootie, come take a look. We just finished printing our first book.
Wow, great job.
All it needs is binding. Do you think you could help me out with that?
Who, me?
Yeah, I need you to use your skills, Tootie.
Now it just needs a snip.
Huh? At long last.
2 years later.
You did it, Mine. I couldn't have done this without you two. Thank you so much.
It's just the beginning. Keep going, Mine. You gotta make as many books as possible, so no one will ever finish reading them. Yeah? Why not?
Sure. They'll have to build libraries to hold them all. Sounds like we've got some work to do, don't we, Lutz? Oh yeah, there's nothing like the sweet scent of ink.
一番最初に聞いたお話なんだか覚えてる弾ける星みたいなときめきずっと覚えていたくて有り余る好奇心をどこにとどめようかな紙束に綴ればなんだか宝石箱のようだね書き捨てた街にも日々は映る掛け合うフレーズの中他の誰でもない私を表すためのサイン吐き捨てた言葉よりも鮮烈に私をこの世界につないでる記憶だからどんなことも愛しく思えるんだ
Even after all that work, I'm still no match for Gutenberg.
Who's Gutenberg?
The brilliant godlike man who pulled off the greatest feat of all time, and who I'm trying to beat.
The heck is that?
It's the movable type printing press invented by the Great One himself. I'd love to bring it over to this world.
Now hold on a second. This thing's got metal parts, doesn't it? Have you calculated the cost yet?
You're starting to sound just like Mr. Benno.
With everyone's help, Mine finished her picture book version of the scriptures.
I couldn't have done this without you two. Thank you so much.
Meanwhile...
Listen, leave that cursed brat out of the festival. She'll eat into our share. Besides, she makes enough from her studio.
That sounds like a fantastic idea. A good chance to put that uppity peasant in her place for once.
while since we visited the library, huh, Fran?
Yes. You've been rather busy of late manufacturing your picture book.
I can't wait to get there. I'll read to my heart's content. Oh. Carriages? What's that all about?
They're here to transport the Blue Robes to the Harvest Festival.
Harvest Festival? I'm not familiar with it.
It's a ritual held in the farming settlements.
Our resident plebeian is as ignorant as expected.
Oh.
It looks like you know your place rather well already. Perhaps I didn't need to trouble myself with it after all.
Lady Mine, you need not kneel before any other blue-robed priest.
True. But while we both may be blue-robed clergy, I was born a commoner, and he's from a higher social status. If I can avoid needless squabbling by doing this, it's a small price to pay.
You've thought this through quite well, I see. On the other hand, you mustn't be a pushover, my lady.
Yes, you're right. But for now, let's hurry on to the library.
After you, Lady Mine.
What happened in here? Who could have done this?
Perhaps I didn't need to trouble myself with it after all.
It was him, that snobby blue jerkface. I know who did this, Fran. It's not too late. We can still catch him if we leave right now.
Lady Mine, you must report this to the head priest first. Then you can ask for his advice.
But that stupid jerk's gonna get away if we waste time to... hey, hold on, Fran.
We're going straight to the head priest's office.
As your master, I order you to put me down!
What's this all about?
Well, sir, it seems somebody trashed the library. Lady Mine thinks she knows who's responsible and wanted to track him down. I brought her here instead.
Very good. A wise decision. Now then, let's speak in the hidden room. Tell me what you saw when you found the library.
Sure. Both of the big bookshelves were completely empty. The books that were on them are all over the floor. You can't set foot in there without stepping on them.
Curious. Who do you suspect?
I don't actually know his name, but the blue-robed priest from the hallway had said, perhaps I didn't need to trouble myself with it after all. There's no doubt at all, he's the one who did it.
And if he did, what are you planning to do?
Simple. I shall hold a bloody carnival right here in town. Bloody carnival! Let's paint this town red! Raiding the library is a declaration of war! This aggression will not stand! Get the guillotine ready!
Stop right there.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
You appear to be having some rather unsavory ideas. Your face gave it away. It's also worth mentioning that the blue-robed priests have already departed for the Harvest Festival, and they won't be returning for another 10 days.
10 days?
Our priests will be holding the ritual in settlements all across the domain. While there, they collect tributes to the gods in the form of taxes and produce. It's possible the library was attacked, both as a way to keep you from the harvest and to send a message.
They damaged all those books just for that? Well then, so be it. Challenge accepted. I'll personally see to cleaning up the library.
All of the tomes kept in there were ordered by acquisition date. That isn't a job you can handle.
Then I guess I'll just have to come up with my own way to sort them, won't I? Oh! Of course! This is my big chance to arrange everything just the way I want it! At last! A dream come true! A library by me, for me! I'm a certified genius! No, wait a second. How could I live with myself if I just haphazardly rearranged the library's books entirely by my whim alone? I know! This calls for the Nippon Decimal Classification System! That's the system I'll use to classify all of these books. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to the penultimate literary classification system and the 9 major divisions of the NDC! General, philosophy, history, social sciences, natural sciences, technology, commerce, arts, language, literature! All you natural sciences! I'll take a quick glance at the books strewn about the floor, sort them into these 10 divisions, and place each book on its appropriate shelf, thus completing step 1 of our reclassification process. For the second step, I'll need to take a much closer look, classifying the books into several subcategories. However, the subcategories will require heavy adaptation to fit the conditions of this new world. Which means one thing, creating a whole new classification system. You know, suddenly, it's starting to kind of feel like I've become an actual librarian! You can leave the library restoration project to me!
The suddenness and severity of your mood swing is rather unsettling. But go ahead. You may handle the cleanup effort.
Thank you!
Here's a list of the books I donated to the library. I hope you'll find it helpful.
Thank you very much. Wow, the head priest donated dozens of books. Who was he before he came here? What the hell happened to this place? I can't believe it! Who would do this?
If Lady Mine sees this, you know she's just gonna flip her lid.
Any other chores I assigned are canceled. We're cleaning this place up instead.
My lady, why are you in such a good mood?
Because I'm delighted! I offer gratitude to whoever did this and prayers of thanksgiving to the gods. Now I get to sort the books in the library precisely as I please. I can't think of anything that could bring me more joy. Yahoo! Now, let the reorganization begin! First, separate everything into paper and tablet-based groupings. From there, we'll place them on the appropriate shelves depending on their content. That stack falls under the social sciences category, so please place them in the section with the 3 marker.
Right.
Now we'll see what this one has to say. Now hold on, Lady Mine. Do you think you could save your in-depth research on each book for after we clean this mess up? You're right. Sorry. I may have gotten a little carried away. Gil, that book belongs on the shelf above. You have it in the incorrect place.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I already have a plan for what's going to go there. According to the head priest catalog, those books only exist in a fantasy world. That shelf's reserved for magic books! I'm so excited, I always wanted to know what a magic tome was like! I can't wait to read them! Now then, time to track down the books on magic. But, as we got further into the cleanup process...
Looks like our work is finished.
That didn't take as long as I thought it would.
You still seem troubled, Lady Mine.
All of the books on magic the head priest donated are missing.
Are you finished with the cleanup yet?
For the most part. As it stands, I haven't been able to find any of the books on magic.
I have them, so it's nothing for you to worry about.
Oh, you have them, huh?
Yes. I must say, I'm surprised you figured out they were missing.
We classified and placed the books according to the genre, but the shelf I set aside for these was empty.
You classified them?
Yeah.
We'll discuss this further in my room.
There's a system. It's called the Nippon Decimal Classification, based off of Melville Dewey's decimal system, which is a way to organize the various reading materials found in a library.
Melville Dewey?
Dewey is a name whose greatness is etched forever in the history of libraries. His History lesson time! Melville Dewey was an American librarian, educator, and inventor of the clever Dewey Decimal System, which influenced library cataloging across the world. A man who left his mark on culture as we know it. I went by the Nippon Decimal Classification and sorted books into general, philosophy, history, social sciences, natural sciences, technology, commerce, arts, language, literature, and put them in their respective shelves by those categories. Since I know next to nothing about them, I couldn't decide whether to classify all the magic books as natural sciences or technology. So I'd like to read them before I make my ultimate call. That being said, how would you classify them under that criteria?
The foundations of magic are all about observing and understanding nature. However, as for magical items, they're a different story altogether.
Oh, is that a fact? Okay, so what would you pick? Which heading?
I'm quite curious about these classification systems, but classifying books on magic is not to be a concern of yours.
Huh? But why not, Head Priest?
Because they aren't the type of books that will ever line the shelves of our libraries.
Why not?
Magic is the exclusive domain of the nobility. Blue robes have no right to peruse these books freely.
But I understood that blue-robed priests were nobles.
Well, blue robes are those of noble birth who possess mana. Those are the requirements. But nobles aren't recognized as such, unless they've graduated from the Nobles Academy.
What is that?
A school for the children of noble families.
You mean you all have to complete an education there to be a noble? That's an even harsher criteria than I imagined.
Nobles are expected to channel the power of magic. With that said, the privilege of peerage is granted to those who've shown they can control it. They're exclusive. I have no intention of letting you see the—
Please, Head Priest! Just let me read them! Do I have to beg you?
I said no and meant no.
I really want to see them, pretty please! Oh.
Lady Mine, is something troubling you?
The magic books. I couldn't convince him to let me read them. Lutz and Tootie are visiting the orphanage today. And they're teaching the children how to bind books.
That's good. Now push the needle through the hoop and just pull it out the other side.
Like this?
Yeah, you've got it.
Then you put the leftover thread into the hoop and cover it up, and now you're finished.
Wow, look what I did!
Great work. How's this, Lutz?
Will you teach me next? I want to do it again. Well, I really don't have any specific complaints, but I will say it could be much better. Go ahead.
How exactly?
Like they say, practice makes perfect.
Sure.
Rough going. Most of them have never used needles before. Looks like we'll only get through about half of what we had planned.
I should come by here and teach them how to sew sometime. That way they'll learn what they need to know to patch up their own clothing.
Great idea! It'd be really beneficial if you had the time to teach them.
Here's some copies for the people who helped us.
Oh, thank you! I know! Why don't we go give Benno his copy tomorrow?
Yeah!
Ta-da! The picture book version of the scriptures for kids is finally done!
Oh? It's rare to see a book without a leather cover. That's a nice flower watermark. Was this bound with thread alone? You haven't used any glue?
Yep, that's right.
This art is amazing.
Vilma really outdid herself this time.
Hell of a job.
Thanks!
So, how much were you thinking of charging for one of these?
These aren't for sale. I made them so we could use them as textbooks in the orphanage.
What? You aren't planning to sell any? Have you forgotten everything I taught you?
Well, I expected you to have a heart, Mr. Benno. These are going to be free textbooks for our underserved orphans.
Good products should be sold.
Given away!
Tea is served. Have you both calmed down?
I plan to continue making similar picture books for the foreseeable future. But my artist doesn't leave the cathedral, so she doesn't really know how to draw a lot of things considered common.
Well, I don't want to make book after book about the gods.
Huh?
I'd say that Lutz is onto something. Weren't you planning on making books that customers would want to buy and read?
Of course! I'm definitely going to make some for the general public eventually, and books that are nothing but prose.
Then do it today, not eventually. Life isn't a game.
You don't have to tell me! But to do what I really want, I'll need to get my hands on some serious hardware first.
Like what?
Stencil paper for a mimeograph. Either that, or metal types for a letterpress.
Stencils and types?
Yes, with those I can efficiently and cost-effectively mass-produce books. That said, I can't make either process work without lots and lots of capital.
So just pull another product idea out of your hat.
What if we try playing cards?
What's a playing card?
They're similar to the flashcards that I made. Adults can play with them too.
So the kind of things nobles are sure to love. Can you please swing by and visit Karina before you head back home?
Sure, for what?
She's ready to get you fitted for your ceremonial garb.
And so, my ceremonial outfit was specially tailored, just before diving headlong into winter prep. Wait, you just came from visiting Mrs. Karina? Yeah, her belly's gotten so much bigger since I last saw her. That baby's coming over the winter.
Ours won't be till springtime.
You think it's going to be a boy or another girl? Which would you like, Dad?
A boy would be nice. I wouldn't mind having another man around the house. But if it's another sweet little girl, I'll be happy.
Same here. I know I'll love them either way. I can barely wait. Don't worry, Mom. I'll be sure to help out around the house as much as I can over the winter.
Oh, I appreciate that, but...
The last thing we want is you working too hard and falling sick, okay?
So, mine. Looks like you're planning to stay at home with us through the whole winter, right?
What? You can't be serious. You really finished 30 copies of this book in such a short amount of time?
We inked cut paper and printed several copies with that.
Printed?
Right. My goal is to make a ton of books affordable enough so that everyone will be able to read them.
How could I know she was capable of this? She's going to turn society on its head.
Head priest, Lady Mine is here to see you.
Good.
Head priest, sir? I would like to make a special request. While processing pig meat in preparation for the winter, I would also like permission to make glue and candles at the orphanage using the leftovers. I'm asking because of the stench.
So long as you finish before the others return from the Harvest Festival, then you have my permission.
I understand.
Just be careful. You stand out too much in whatever you do.
You have to believe me, I'm trying not to.
When it comes to books, you lose control.
I'll be more careful from here on out. I never want something like that to happen to the library ever again.
No, you fool. Such petty harassment is not the problem. Now, the most pressing issue at hand is your winter work.
I was planning on preparing for winter with my family at home.
Then clearly you aren't aware. The dedication ceremony's in winter. Basically, it's where all of the divine objects held in the cathedral are replenished, requiring vast stores of mana. Your participation in the ceremony is mandatory. We must avoid situations where weather keeps you away. In that vein, you will live here for the winter.
一番最初に聞いたお話なんだか覚えてる弾ける星みたいなときめきずっと覚えていたくて有り余る好奇心をどこにとどめようかな紙束に綴ればなんだか宝石箱のようだね吹き捨てた街にも日々は映る
think of Cinderella as the subject of my next picture book.
Well, what's the tale about?
I'll tell you all about it. Long ago, a beautiful and kind young woman lived with her cruel stepmother and stepsisters. And so Cinderella rode away in the prince's carriage, and they lived happily ever after. What do you think, head priest? Do you like the story?
The whole thing was absurd.
Huh?
Your story, if I understand it, involves a poor commoner girl marrying the prince of the local fiefdom. Do you seriously think that that's possible? What if their difference in status? And if such a marriage did go through, the prince would be stripped of his royal status, and his younger brother will be named successor. As such, I find it hard to believe Cinderella truly achieved happiness at the end of your story.
Head priest!
After using block printing to finish her book, Mine sets her sights on using a letterpress for her next project. In the meantime, the other blue-robed priests departed for the Harvest Festival. And then, the dedication ceremonies in winter. We must avoid situations where weather keeps you away. In that vein, you will live here for the winter. You're afforded treatment befitting a blue-robed priestess, because the church needs your mana for such ceremonies. Have you forgotten?
No, I absolutely understand where you're coming from. But my family is going to be worried sick about me. I tend to get feverish much more often over the winter.
Due to your condition, your family will be allowed to come check in on you while you're here. But that's as far as I'm willing to compromise on the issue.
Lady Mine, I can tell by your face that something's wrong.
Don't worry, Rosina, I'm alright. Just a little unsettled at the moment. That said, I had a conversation with the head priest earlier, Fran. Apparently, I have to live on site here at the cathedral over the winter.
If that was the head priest's final decision, then there's not much we can do.
Well, yes, I'm aware of that. However,
It's getting cold. Hey, do you know what we're gonna have for dinner tonight?
That's right. As orphanage director, they need my help. Fran, as for winter preparations, what all would that entail?
Are you gonna be okay? Having to live in the cathedral the entire winter? Mr. Gunter's gonna be livid.
I know, that's what worries me the most.
Well, not much you can do about it if it's for work. Besides, I think you're gonna be way better off in the cathedral.
Better how?
I'm not trying to be rude, but your chambers there will keep you much warmer than you'd be back at home, so less chance of getting sick. And I think it's worth mentioning, Fran's getting much better at monitoring your health.
You're right. I can use that as a bargaining chip to persuade my family. Your assessment of my condition always carries more weight with them than mine.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
All right then, mine. What you want to discuss?
Well, the thing is, there's apparently an important ceremony during the winter, so I've been asked to start living in the cathedral once the snow begins to fall.
What are they thinking? The deal was that you would live here with us!
Yes, but once it starts snowing, I won't be able to go. And they said that I'm needed for an important ceremony.
Mine, the only thing that matters here is you get the care you need.
Fran's gotten so good at monitoring my health that even Lutz gave him a seal of approval. Not to mention, the head priest said it would be fine if you all came to check on me during the
There's no way I'm letting you live there all by yourself! You could drop dead, mine! Well, I won't allow it!
What do you want to do about this, mine?
To stay at the cathedral. It's important for me to do my job. Look, Dad, we have to recognize that they only let me join because they needed my mana, don't you remember? That's why they inducted me with the blue robes and excused me from having to do any physical labor. The head priest accepted nearly all of our conditions for my apprenticeship. They need my mana, which means it's my duty to be there for the dedication ceremony.
Maybe, but still...
Also, the reason I'm no longer falling ill to the devouring is because I'm dedicating my mana to objects at the cathedral. If not for that, I never would have lived to see this day. You know what else, Dad? My job is to make sure that everyone in the orphanage gets what they need.
Right, the kids.
Yeah, I'm their director.
We will be allowed to come and see how you're doing there, won't we?
Uh-huh. Dad, thank you so much!
There's no use fighting you when your mind's made up. Do the best job you can and make us all proud.
I will, I promise!
But mine, dear, what'll you do if you happen to get sick?
I have a bed and personal quarters, plus my retainers will be there for me. Oh yeah, that bed was nice. It looks super soft. You know, now that you mention it, it's probably a good idea to tell Fran what to do when I come down with a fever.
Then I think I'll have to come up for a visit soon. If they're going to take care of you all winter, I have to say thank you.
Yeah, me too. And I'll be sure to come check on you as often as I can. Great. I will miss you, Turi, so come anytime. All right? Besides, I said I'd teach the kids how to sew, and I still want to learn how to read, too.
I don't understand why you always turn to Turi in times like these. You can lean on me too, you know.
Yeah. I could absolutely use your help getting the orphanage's pork stocking dealt with. Nobody there has the first idea how to do it.
Huh? Of course! You can count on me!
Mr. Deed helped us too. He wanted to repay the head priest for repairing his relationship with Lutz. Hello, we're back! Welcome back home. And did they teach you how to process lots of meat? They sure did, just look!
Hey, mine! We brought all the pigskin here, like you asked.
Thank you for doing that, Lutz. Now we can start making our own glue. Maybe I could even start working on a new picture book as a winter project.
My lady, before you start on a new book, you need to prepare for the Night Order's request and memorize the prayers.
The Night Order's request? Is that part of the dedication ceremony?
No, ma'am. It's a separate, unrelated issue. Generally, the Night Order makes a request just before winter falls across the land. And we're required to perform a ritual when they do.
But with all the recent political upheaval, the church is lacking the blue robes they need?
Correct. As an apprentice blue-robed priestess, you'll be expected to perform the requested ritual for the knights.
But Fran, I thought performing this ritual was a really important job.
That it is, and that's why you'll need to have all the prayers memorized beforehand.
It's like I'm talking to the head priest. You're not the Fran I know! Go back to your usual gentle self already!
I'd be glad to. As long as you recognize the fact that you'll be the one the head priest yells at later.
Yes, I understand. I promise I will memorize the prayers. Oh? But wait, if all that's needed is a blue robe, the head priest is right there.
True, but this is a rare exception. From time to time, he prioritizes his noble duties over his holy ones.
His noble duties?
By the way, my lady, did you manage to arrange for ceremonial clothing?
Well, since we've already done the fitting, I'm sure the final product should be finished relatively soon.
I see. Then please have it brought here upon completion. You must be ready once we get the official request.
Fran, can you give me a hand? Gilberto Company sent us a few carpets.
I'm coming.
A few days after that... Wow! This is beautiful, Mrs. Karina! My ceremonial dress was finished, my chambers received a winter makeover, preserved food was stocked up and candles were made, and most of the orphanage's winter prep was complete.
Ah, yes. The Holy Eve of Shutsaria. The Night Order's request will arrive soon.
So, how did the Harvest Festival go? What is this?
Be quiet. I need to listen to this.
Sir Ferdinand, this is Karsten. We request assistance with a raid, and we will need a priest to perform a ritual. Please make arrangements at once. Sir Ferdinand, this is Karsten. We request assistance with a raid, and we will need a priest to perform a ritual. Please make arrangements at once.
Whoa! The bird turned into a stone! Huh? What is it?
Ordonnance.
Huh?
Understood.
Oh man! Talk about total fantasy tropes! Excuse me, head priest. What just happened?
Surely you heard the message. The Night Order has called on us.
What? Ah!
Go change into your ceremonial garb at once, and report to the Gate of Nobles.
Sure. But first, could you tell me where I can find the Gate of Nobles?
I can show you there, my lady. Delia, Rosina, prepare the ceremonial garb immediately.
I've never seen Fran so worked up. Lady Mine, I have your hair ornament for you. Lady Mine is ready and on her way down!
Lady Mine, you're dealing with the Night Order here. Should something displease you, remember, you mustn't let your face show it. It could cause trouble.
Lady Mine, now, have you memorized the prayers I told you about?
Oh, is this?
The Gate of Nobles lies in between the offices of the head priest and the high priest.
Is that so? Huh? What? Is that really the head priest?
Apologies for the delay.
Head priests are... What's with the getup?
Oh. Today I'll set aside my priestly duties and participate as a knight instead.
The noble duties you mentioned.
Is that your ceremonial garb? While the design is a tad unusual, it's better than I expected. What is that crest?
This is the Mine Studios insignia.
Yes, I see. Arno. Mine. You were born in the summer, weren't you? That is for you to borrow. You may wear it on your middle finger. And try not to gawk over every little thing.
Well, that's easy for you to say. The fact that he's lending me this magical ring must mean we're entering a fantasy world, where everything I thought I knew will be challenged.
Your plebeian is showing. Keep your mouth shut at least.
My mistake.
Here we go.
This place is really different from downtown.
This is the Noble District. Now, Lady Mine, while we are here, act like a noble.
Sir Ferdinand! I'm truly glad to see you, and hope all is well.
And I wish the same for you, Karstedt. This is mine. She's the apprentice priestess today, who will be conducting the ritual for us.
Greetings, Sir Karstedt. I'm pleased to meet you. I look forward to serving the knights.
Yes, likewise, apprentice priestess.
Let us depart then.
Right.
Now we're working with magical animal sculptures?
Karstedt. Some of the knights will need to let our retainers ride with them. Mine, you're with me.
That's understood, sir.
The head priest? What is this creature?
Magic crystal transformed into a loyal mount. So long as it's supplied with mana, it can take you anywhere.
Really? How?
Let's go.
Ah! The magic lion started moving! Whoa! Those are clouds! So high! Hey, that's downtown! And the forest by the gate!
Come now. Try to settle down. It's disgraceful to prattle on. Now hush.
I'm sorry, sir. By the way, I still don't know where we're going.
right there.
That thing is huge! What is it?
A magical tree called the Tromba.
What? That creepy little sprouty thing? I had no idea it could turn into something like this. It seems pretty dangerous.
And it falls to the Night Order to destroy the Tromba. Your part in all this comes after we've chopped that cursed plant down. You must heal the soil that has had all its mana drained from it.
I understand.
Stay here until you're needed. Karstead, pick out 2 guards for the lady.
Shikikoza and Damuel, stay here and guard the priestess.
Sir!
Sorry, I forgot. I gotta be elegant.
You're such a handful. Make sure the priestess receives nary a scratch. I'm counting on you two.
Sir!
Let's go.
Head priest, sir, and men of the Night Order, I pray for your safety and success. May Angrith, disciple of Leidenschaft and god of war, offer you his divine protection in battle. Oh, something started absorbing my mana.
She has given us her blessing.
What? So I did this? Ah!
Look, mine. Promise me that you'll just stay put until you're needed to perform the ritual.
Those blessings were utterly meaningless.
Was that too much for you to take in all at once?
No way! This is great! You know, it'll help me put together my next picture book.
Unbelievable. You really do think about nothing but books, don't you?
Yeah, thanks for the compliment, Your Holiness.
That was the opposite of my intention. At the Night Order's request, mine sets out to battle. Your part in all this comes after we've chopped that cursed plant down.
Shikikoza and Damuel, stay here and guard the priestess.
Sir!
Head priest, sir, and men of the Night Order, I pray for your safety and success.
Those blessings were utterly meaningless.
Meaningless? Why?
Wasting time and mana on needless blessings, when both happen to be in such short supply at present, is nothing but a gross act of folly.
Shikikoza, why are you saying that? Angrif's blessings give our brothers benefits in battle. You should not discount that. Especially when our numbers are so few.
I see nothing wrong with calling a fool a fool.
His eyes. He's got the same look as that blue-robed priest.
Shikikoza, have patience.
If I've done something to displease you, Sir Knight, please accept my apologies. I'll try to learn from my mistake.
I hope you don't take his words to heart, Priestess. Given our numbers, all your blessings and the mana they provide for us are fortuitous. So it begins.
Father of the whole wide world, heed the call of thine humble servant, and grant unto me thine holy power. Rend the unholy evil force asunder. Take its power back under your dominion. Grant my weapon thine blessings. Grant thy blessings!
Your weapons turned black. Do you know what's happening, friend?
I don't. This situation is a first for me as well, my lady. Apologies. I'm happy to explain. The weapons are divinely protected by the God of Darkness. If you imbue them with mana and attack, it'll drain twice as much mana from the enemy for you. It's the only way to take down a full-size Tromba.
I'm glad to see that there are nobles who aren't afraid to interact with a lowly apprentice priestess.
Few people get the chance to see the knights fight firsthand. You should observe carefully.
Thank you kindly for the advice.
We start by whittling down the Tromba using arrows. Look up! The rider wearing the blue cape is Sir Ferdinand.
Whoa! He's like a horseback archer!
Lady Mine. Mind your speech.
Oh.
Duplicating arrows the way he just did, it requires a lot of mana. And Sir Ferdinand can do it time and time again. He's amazing. I wish that he'd returned to the Night Order already.
What do you mean return?
Please don't repeat that to anyone.
I understand perfectly. Since he's so slender, high-strung, and perfectly suited to desk work, I never would have imagined he was actually a former knight. But I guess this goes to show, the head priest can really do it all.
They're finally making headway. If you look closely, you can see the Tromba turn black.
Yes, you're right. Oh, it fell off.
Now, let's go! Sir! We've felled enough of its limbs for now. Let's move on to the trunk. Yes, sir! Time to finish this!
It's pretty much over now.
I hate to admit it, but when I saw that thing, I was really worried the knights wouldn't be able to take it down. I'm relieved to see that we've endured with almost no casualties as well.
It seems that by Sir Ferdinand's presence alone, it was easier to deal with the limbs.
Damuel, why are you being so friendly with a lowly plebeian?
What's that?
Didn't you know? She's a dirty commoner. And as a commoner, she has the audacity to wear the blue robes meant for the nobility. Someone needs to teach this fool her place. I know the nobles have been dwindling in number, but that doesn't justify giving a plebeian blue robes. I can't begin to understand what Sir Ferdinand was thinking.
Now hold on. It can't possibly be as bad as that.
It's verified truth. The High Priest has been lamenting the fact as well. He still can't believe that the order in the cathedral is being dismantled for one plebeian girl. Her. Oh, nothing to say? Street rat. What's the matter? You've got nothing clever to say without Sir Ferdinand around to watch out for you?
Stop fooling around, Shikikoza. We're supposed to be guarding her. Status shouldn't matter. Remember, we're on a mission here.
Be quiet, Damuel, and don't forget your place. Never tell me what to do.
I'm scared.
My lady! Lady mine!
No, Fran. Please, you mustn't do anything. We were told. We have to endure it, come what may. We shouldn't do anything that will escalate this any further.
Let me teach you something, plebeian. In circumstances like these, you're meant to apologize for your retainer's misconduct.
Please allow me to apologize for him. He was just trying to protect me.
I don't like that look at all. Who do you think you are, plebeian? Maybe I should gouge your eyes out. For Mesa.
Shikikoza, you can't! We're meant to protect the apprentice priestess so she can conduct the ritual.
That's enough. You don't get to order me around, lesser noble.
No!
That's more like it, Worm. Plebeians like you should always shrink away in awe and fear at the mere presence of their superiors.
Help, head priest!
That's what happens when you flail around, you clumsy fool.
I'm coming, Lady Mine! Where's this trauma coming from? It's your own fault for standing up so quickly. Hold on. I'll help you. Hear now my words, O ruler of the heavens, the king, the god of darkness, the all-father of the whole world. Heed the call of thy humble servant, and grant unto me thy holy power. Rend the evil force asunder. Take its power back.
Yes, I'll wrap this order up for you if you'd like to continue browsing.
Help me, Lord!
Mine?
Bestow my weapon with thine blessings. I'll get you out now. Please don't worry. Why isn't it working?
Fall back, Daniel! Now then, Mine, you must tell me what's happened here.
My blood dripped. And this grew.
You were dripping blood? Unbelievable. Your one job was to guard her. Imbeciles!
I apologize for failing you.
There's no point in attacking it, as long as the wound remains open. Schnelle Entwaffnung. Lichtstrahl. Make sure that you don't cry, all right? The mana in your tears would make this worse.
Okay. My wound!
I used enough mana to close the wound, but not to heal it. Using mana over a trombe is deadly, but it had to be done, or you'd be lost.
That makes sense. But do you think you could use those arrows to get rid of the tromba now?
I nullified the divine protection, so I can't use weapons anymore. You can't change a weapon's form once it's imbued with blessings without losing them. However, help should arrive shortly.
Sir Ferdinand! What's wrong? Why did you send the distress signal?
You're late.
What happened here?
Karstedt. The incompetent guards you chose allowed this to happen. You must save mine at once. Hurry!
Sir! Come on, man! Form up!
Yes, sir!
Let's chop it down!
Wait, Karstedt. Be careful not to scratch the priestess. It's been feeding off her blood.
Right! This one's tough. Once again, men!
You're the only one with a knife brandished ready to go. Now go and cut her loose.
But sir, I tried the blessing and it was ineffective.
I've closed up her wound. The trombo won't activate anymore.
It worked this time.
Cut carefully, Damuel. Now, Damuel, priestess, how did this happen? Never before have I seen Sir Ferdinand as livid as he is now.
Really?
Are you all right?
Not exactly. Would you be kind enough to get my retainer for me?
Where is the priestess's retainer? Come forth!
Lady Mine! She's growing feverish, Your Grace.
Not surprising. She was wholly entwined by the limbs of the trombe. She's clearly lost a substantial amount of mana. Make sure she drinks my potion.
Lady Mine, you need to take this potion.
What is it?
A potion blended by the head priest himself. It should help you by replenishing your strength and mana.
It does all that?
How are you feeling now? Any better?
I am. My fever's fading away.
Shikikoza, Damuel. If you have anything to say for yourselves, I suggest you speak up now.
I'm sorry, sir. I see no reason for me to have to defend myself. She's a plebeian. In the end, that's the only thing that matters.
And you, Damuel?
Well,
We need information to settle this, so speak your mind.
This is a class-based society in action. But I'm sure the head priest will believe me and see that justice is done. Sir Ferdinand? And Sir Karstedt?
Priestess, what is it?
Were I to tell you what transpired here, would you then guarantee my safety?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Should I tell you what happened and things become inconvenient for a particular noble, I would hope to avoid getting dragged around by the hair a second time, or having to listen to him threaten to gouge my eyes out again.
What is this? Did you do those things to her?
A groundless accusation. The stupid commoner stood when she shouldn't have, and into my readied weapon.
Damuel, you saw what happened, didn't you? I want to hear the truth.
I don't think he saw it, did you, Damuel?
I'm a lesser noble. When Shikikoza told me I needed to remember my place, I couldn't stop him, and he hurt the priestess. With all of my heart, I'm sorry.
That's right. You must never forget who ranks above you. By the way, Shikikoza, could you remind me who holds the highest rank of all the knights gathered here?
That would be you, Sir Ferdinand.
Indeed. And I remember giving you a specific order. Make sure the priestess receives nary a scratch. What part of that did you fail to understand? If you're so obsessed with our ranks, it should have been obvious what course of action you needed to uphold. You've shamed yourself. You should know your place, you cad!
But sir, she's just a peasant.
That girl you hurt is no mere peasant, and worth more than a simpleton like you. Mine is an apprentice priestess. With the Lord's approval, she was granted blue robes due to her abundance of mana. Know that voicing any complaints with that choice would be dissent against the Lord himself, breaking your oath as a knight. Not only did you two disobey orders, but you abandoned your duties by hurting the one placed in your charge, and brought disgrace to the Knight Order. It is foolish to think you'll get off lightly. In due time, the Lord will sentence you accordingly. And Karstedt, you chose incompetent men to serve as her bodyguards, and have failed to properly discipline these two recruits. You're responsible as commander of the Knight Order. You'll be punished in due time, too.
I understand, sir. This mess has exposed my lack of leadership and the need for more training in the Knight Order. Sir Ferdinand, I apologize for causing you the trouble of having to step in. On my honor, I will make up for this.
hurry. We need you to finish the ritual while the potion is still effective.
All right.
Let's go. Come along. Here we go. Listen well, mine. This is your chance to show them you're truly worthy of wearing those blue robes. So take it. If the knights recognize your importance, that will act as a shield for you in the future.
Got it. But I've never done anything like what you're asking me to do. I'm not sure if this ritual will even work.
There's no need for you to worry about that. I have something in mind to assist you.
Huh?
I've made a habit of not fighting battles I can't win.
My first ritual is coming up soon. I'm glad you'll be there with me, head priest.
Then you can drink another vial of my potion when you're done.
No way! That potion is disgusting!
Well, I may have sacrificed the taste, but the formula went to work right away, did it not?
The taste is almost worse than the fever. Could you please make it better?
Well, how would I profit from that?
I'm worried about the head priest's thought process. It's sounding more like Mr. Banno's every day.
Shikikoza's aggressions led to mine being entwined in a tromba. You've shamed yourself. You should know your place, you cad. Listen well, mine. This is your chance to show them you're truly worthy of wearing those blue robes. So take it. It is your duty to replenish this parched land with your mana.
Right.
Shikikoza. I think it would be best if you began the healing ritual today.
You want me to do it?
Since you were neglecting your duties, you must have plenty of mana to spare. The original plan was for me to show the apprentice priestess how the process was done. But then I was forced to waste what little remained of my mana, cleaning up the mess that you made instead.
That's a lie. I bet he's got more than enough to do this.
Shikikoza, come forth! You can show her the ropes and demonstrate how you're a different breed.
O fruit train, bringer of healing and upheaval, goddess of water, and the 12 righteous disciples in her service. Hear your worldly servant's prayer and grant me your holy powers. For thine sister has been wounded by the minions of evil. Thus I beseech you, grant me your strength to heal Geduld, the goddess of earth, in...
Huh? He couldn't keep going.
Don't stop. This isn't nearly enough.
In return for your blessing, I offer a sacred melody. Unleash your supreme waves.
He doesn't have any more mana to spend.
After all that blustering, this is all you've got? Now I see how depleted the Night Order's roster has become. Let's go. Mine, come finish off the rest for him.
O fruit train, bringer of healing and upheaval, the goddess of water, and the 12 righteous disciples in her service. Hearken to thy worldly servant's prayer, and grant unto me your holy powers. For thine sister has been wounded by the minions of evil. Thus I beseech you, grant me your strength, that I may heal Geduld, the goddess of earth. In return for your blessing, I offer a sacred melody. Unleash your supreme waves, and bestow your pure protection. For as far as I may seek, cover these lands in your hues!
Stop, mine! That's enough!
Then, Head Priest, is that all you needed me to do?
Yes, the land's mana has been fully replenished. Too much, if you ask me. Behold, this is the apprentice who was granted blue robes by the church, and the lord of this land. And I have taken her under my wing and will shield her from all harm. Are there any objections? It appears there are none. So be it. It's time to return home. It's awful. I feel terribly about what transpired with you.
Wait, where did that come from?
The last thing I ever wanted was for you to be hurt, or be exposed to such petty maliciousness. I certainly never expected that from a man of the Knight's Order, disobeying a command. It's a failure on my part.
No one expected my guard to do something like that. You don't have anything to feel responsible for.
No, I am responsible for your well-being. I'm truly sorry.
Head Priest, you're so conscientious.
Mine. Do you have any demands to make in response to today's events?
Huh? That look. He's telling me to respond with a no. Yes, I do. I request replacement of my ceremonial robes.
Your robes?
Look at them. Today was my first time to get to wear them, and they've already been ruined.
Ah, yes. That won't do.
The real shame is that I had them custom-made to adjust for my future growth. This is awful.
Seems age is no barrier when it comes to how women can be about their fashion.
This is no laughing matter. Please have an exact replacement made and delivered as soon as possible.
Do you need it for something in the winter?
The dedication ceremony. Even if it was through no fault of her own, imagine what the High Priest would say. If she arrived at the ceremony dressed the same way she is now?
Yes, of course. I understand. I'll have a replacement started right away.
I am very grateful. It would be helpful if you could order it from Gilberta Company. They made this one.
Sure. What else?
Well, about Sir Daniel. Not only did he try to help me, he did everything his rank would allow to stop Sir Shikikoza's aggression. I ask that you please go easy on him. Apart from that, I'm fine with whatever punishments your rules dictate. The last thing I want is to butt in and attract further resentment.
Yes. There's wisdom in your decision. Then the Order will handle the matter for you internally.
Right.
Mine!
Lutz!
I'm glad to see you. How's your hand? Huh? It's healed?
How did you know I had a cut on my hand?
Somehow inside my head, I could hear your voice calling out for help. I even saw you all tangled up inside of a trombe.
You could see that?
I wanted to come and help you, but I had no idea where you were. I was a real mess. I'm just so glad that you're all right.
Noble society is terrifying. Naturally, after fulfilling the Night Order's request, I was bedridden. By the time I was well enough to be out and about again, autumn had reached its peak. Well then, nothing happened while I was away, I hope?
No. Nevertheless, the head priest would like to see you, my lady. He asked that you come to his chambers at once.
What'd you mess up this time?
Nothing I can think of. Good morning. I'm here, sir.
Good, we need to talk. Come with me to the secret room immediately.
Sir, I'm sorry if I did something to displease you.
Be quiet and come along. Here, have this drink.
Huh? He's not gonna yell at me? Lovely. A nice, mild sweetness.
So that tasted sweet to you, did it?
Yes, why does that matter?
I see. Now then, if you'll wear this.
What's this about, head priest?
Can you really not tell? It's a magic item.
I was trying to ask what we're going to use it for. Would you please fill me in, sir?
Mine's the only one who uses this to tie her hair. And it's not just that. She's brought us all manner of creations. But the most surprising thing of all is her passion for books. She treasures literature, and even wrote some picture books for children. Her obsession is clearly abnormal. What goes through that little head? Perhaps by looking into your past, mine, I'll know.
Huh? What's this? What happened to me? I think I was... Wait, I was...
Mine, can you hear me?
Huh? That sounds like the head priest's voice.
I've synchronized my mind with yours. I'm sorry, but I have to take a look into your memories.
My memories?
Yes. You You have far more mana than the average person. Therefore, I need to investigate the source to determine whether you're a threat to this domain.
In other words, you want to clear your suspicions. No problem. I understand.
Somehow as careless as always. You need to hone your self-preservation instincts. But for now, can you take me to the dreamlike world you mentioned before? I'd like to see it. We should be able to go there if you picture it in your mind.
What? You mean I can choose to go wherever I want? I can't wait! Follow me!
Don't rush things. Stay calm. What is this place? It looks like the Noble District in a foreign land.
That takes me back. This is Japan.
Japan?
Where I lived before I began my life as mine.
Before you were mine? Is this the dream world that you spoke of?
Yes. If I hadn't been buried under an avalanche of books, I would have been a full-fledged librarian by now.
A librarian? Does that mean you were an adult when you died?
Yes. Oh, this is it, Head Priest. My own personal utopia.
What is this?
The library.
Amazing. This has more books than the Nobles Academy Library. And all of these are actual books.
Yeah.
I see now. Given your residual memories of living in such a world, I can understand why the cathedral's library would bring you to tears.
I offer prayers to the gods.
It makes sense now how much you missed your books. Where is this?
Urano. Come on, Urano.
What was that?
Would you eat already? I need to clean up.
Go ahead. I'm not hungry.
Is this woman your mother?
Yes.
And here I went and made your favorite foods for you. Oh, well.
I'm trying to read.
I thought we'd reached an agreement about no books at the dinner table.
Look, I've almost finished it, okay? Mom.
At least clean up after yourself, okay?
Fine. Now leave me alone. Mom, wait! I can't let her go! I need to apologize to her!
Mine, calm yourself.
I never got the chance to say goodbye. To tell her I loved her. Don't go! Mom, stop! Please wait!
Keep your emotions under control.
Don't go! Come back, Mom! Don't leave me!
Enough! No more!
Are you alright, Head Priest?
I felt absolutely awful. I was too synchronized.
Synchronized? Oh, does that mean you just experienced all of the emotions I was going through?
That's precisely what happens when two people synchronize minds. What a handful. Try putting yourself in my shoes. What is it? Go on. Mine, what are you doing?
Giving you a hug. Hugs can help you calm down. Whenever I have dreams like these that make me feel horrible, Todi hugs me until I feel better. I can turn to Lutz and my family, but you don't have anybody who'll do this for you.
Knock it off, Mine.
I refuse. Now hug me back.
Seems like you're the one who needs soothing.
I've been trying to block off those memories for so long. Even if I remember that life, I can never go back. But at least this way, I was able to see my mom again. I'd like to thank you for that chance, head priest. Hey, you know what? We should do it again one day. Next time, we should go back to where we can eat my mom's cooking.
Oh, absolutely not.
Huh?
I know better than to synchronize with you ever again.
That's not nice. Well, fine. Then I'm not giving this memory thing back until you promise to synchronize with me again.
So I need to win you over. Would new books help?
Wait, are you serious? That was sneaky.
Master Karstead, Sir Ferdinand is here to see you.
I got the answers I needed. You may return these.
Will do. Tell me, did you discover anything?
Nothing but books. No trace of malicious intent.
So, it appears your concerns were ungrounded.
Correct. And yet...
Yet what?
Her memories were of living in a grand city in a world far more advanced than our own. And it had been the life of an adult woman, no less.
Really? How could that be?
I know it's hard to believe, and yet it's the truth. If Mind's knowledge and memories are properly utilized, she can bring Ehrenfest unprecedented prosperity. However, she really has nothing but books on her mind, so it's up to the people around her to help her use her knowledge for good.
You seem to have taken quite a liking to that girl, Your Grace.
I can assure you that is not the case here. I believe she can be a great resource.
Yes, of course. She does have an immense amount of mana, after all. Speaking of which, it would seem Shikikoza's case has taken a rather complicated turn of late.
So his mother's causing a fuss, complaining to anyone she can think of, right? I received a complaint from the High Priest as well.
What are you planning to do?
Would you be willing to adopt mine?
To what?
She'll live in constant peril given the amount of mana she possesses. Without someone powerful backing her, there's no telling how she'll be treated. But her worth to us is immeasurable. We can't allow anyone else to steal her. We need to hurry and have her taken in by a noble.
That's good. You really are a fantastic cook, honey.
This is one of the recipes mine came up with, isn't it?
Right. And I think I've gotten pretty good at making this strange dish. What do you say, Mine?
Mom, I'm sorry.
Huh? What are you sorry about?
I never got the chance to say it before. Mom, thank you for putting so much love into making this great food for us. And Dad, thank you for always being willing to put your life on the line to protect me.
Sure.
Tootie, thank you for always agreeing to my crazy, selfish requests. Huh? I love you. I'm so glad and grateful to have been born into this family.
Did something happen, Mine? What is it?
I just realized I have to move to the cathedral soon and won't be able to see you all for a while.
That's it? You scared me. Well then, you'll want to eat lots of my cooking while you can. Isn't that right, Darlene?
Yeah!
Life is so much better when I see all my girls smiling.
There he goes again, being the doting father. I like it just fine, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I love you.
Mine? You fool! What the hell did you mess up this time?
What the Master means to say, we received an order for ceremonial garb from a high-ranking noble.
You better have a good explanation for this.
I'm so sorry, but I need to get going, so I'm afraid it'll have to wait until after work.
Hey, get back here!
Mine can't be stopped by anyone, can she?
So mine, we're gonna get back to printing picture books again, aren't we?
Yeah! I'm ready to make more books! Lots more! Tons of books!
That was exquisite.